Hello. We look a little weird.
I know. That's why I was saying.
So what's going on with our colors here, baby?
I don't know.
I don't know. Let me turn chat on. I might have to move this back here so I can reach it. Hey guys, how are you?
We're trying someplace different in the room to avoid
The glare?
and having to get an umbrella out so that we're not getting blinded. And we're not quite sure how this is going to work, but
yes. And I got the fan blowing on me, and I have like really fine hair. So it's blowing into my mouth and it's making me crazy. But it is so hot with the sun kind of like right here, right now, that I don't want to turn the fan off just yet. And it could be making some background noise on the mic, which is never good either.
So if you're getting a little hum,
yeah,
it's the fan.
It's the fan. And we'll turn it off probably in a bit. So hey guys, it's been 2 weeks, and guess what? I still didn't drop a video yet.
But I think we did determine which one's coming next.
Yes, we did. We did decide that it's going to be a mix of, it's going to be concerts in Mexico City. And it's just going to be the 2 concerts that we went to, a little on the trip, where we stayed, what venue we went to, and who we saw. That's all. And I don't know after that. I'm just sort of like, look.
We got content backed up as far as.
Yeah, we do. The problem is I don't have the damn time to work on it because Maxwell has been a handful and a half.
Oh,
maybe we should talk about the other day. Sometimes people have really bad days. Well, guess what?
Max had a bad day.
Yeah. And part of it was probably because he needs exercise. He likes to take his walks. He needs activity to keep him stimulated. And he probably got bored. It was one of those days where I had to work all day.
No, it didn't.
Was it a weekend?
It was a Sunday.
Oh, that's right. I got up and I actually had plans to do some grooming with him. So I did a little manscaping and I trimmed the fur out from between his paw pads. I did a nail grind, and I was planning on giving him a bath, maybe, but I was thinking, we could probably wait on that. And then it started to rain. Well, kind of determined that we're probably not getting a walk right away. And by the time it stopped raining, it started to get dark and everything's muddy out. So we weren't doing the walk. But instead, he decides he's going to go dig up a 3-foot tall planter that has a peace lily or something in it. And he is covered. His entire muzzle is covered in muddy dirt. And it's not the first time he's been out there trying to dig up this plant. Now, he was digging up other plants, and I put chicken wire around them, but I can't chicken wire the whole damn patio. So I'm not happy. And I drag his butt out there, and he gets that bath that he didn't want. And he really doesn't like getting a bath. So I did what groomers do, and I hooked his collar up and tethered him to the table so he couldn't get away, and he got a bath, a really good one. So I get him dried off. He comes inside. He did it again.
Yeah, we were eating dinner, and I looked over, and I saw Max's ass sticking up out of the lily. He's in the planter.
Nose first, butt up.
He just jumped up there, and all 4 of them was going to town. And it was like, dude,
Now I'm really pissed.
Oh, yeah.
So now, I'm not giving him another full bath. His feet are dirty. His whole face is dirty. So I'm using little baby butt wipes to clean him off, but I'm pissed. And I'm trying not to radiate all that negative energy, but it's really hard not to. And I get him cleaned off. He takes a nap in the chair. Okay. He wakes up from his nap. He comes over to snuggle up next to me and give me some love. He walks right past his little puppy door to go outside to pee. He walks right past that door, follows me into the kitchen, and takes a piss on the blinds. And he's been trained, and he's got a place to go.
And he has not had any accidents. So it's not like this is, I mean, it's been a month at least since his last indoor accident. So it's not like this was him deciding I'm going to. Mama's mad. Well, guess what?
I don't know.
Then he was my shadow, because he was hiding behind me, because he was like, she's mad at me, I'm gonna hide behind you.
So like, all day long I've been either grooming him or cleaning up after him all freaking day long. And now it's like 10 o'clock at night and I'm cleaning up piss in the kitchen and off the blinds. And of course I'm throwing Zote liquid on there, and I'm putting enzyme cleaner on there because I don't want him to think he can just go in there and keep doing that. The next day he was fine. I don't know. Yeah,
we went to bed and he was, normally he's in the middle between us. No, he was on my side of the bed with me between, and he was
I was trying so hard to control my anger. I was trying so hard. And I just went to bed. I wasn't doing the normal routine. We weren't doing anything that we normally do. I just went to bed. And then the next day, everything was fine again. But boy, it just goes to show you that you can have a really bad day, and there's days where the dog or the cat or whatever can also have a really bad day. And he's been fine ever since. But boy, what a day. In the mud twice, peeing on the blinds. I just, yeah.
Wow. And then, the first time he comes in and proceeds to start running all over the furniture, and then
with the muddy paws. So yeah, I had to clean all that up too.
And then there was little black footprints everywhere that he had been.
We have this light colored canvas type material,
and you knew exactly where Max had been.
Yeah, so not only did I have to clean him, I had to clean all the furniture too. It was a long day of constantly cleaning. And so I guess the whole reason we said all this was because I'm busy all the time training him. Really, it has been so much more work than I anticipated.
But he is getting better.
Yes.
I mean, he the biggest thing that we got to break him of now is the biting. I mean, that's just he gets excited. He likes to put things in his mouth, whether it be nose, lip, finger, arm. It doesn't matter. If you're petting him and he wants to let you know that, hey, this is good. I mean, it's like, here, let me put my mouth on your entire forearm and just, and it's not like he is biting. He is sort of just putting it there. All right.
I told you this was going to happen.
Well, hold on. Let me adjust.
Yeah, the sun in this room. It's right there.
Okay. Well, I need to know which way to.
That's helpful. He's getting it. There you go. Very good. Oh, no. Whatever you just did, it's back. I'll tell you what. Why don't you move that this way behind this one, and then that'll block it.
I can't see through it.
That way. Stop. There you go. And part of it is that it's bouncing off of this. Oh, that's not going to help. Rag. We need a rag. Because it's bouncing off of my computer desk here, and it's just like blinding. It's bouncing off of the table. That's better. Honey, I guess he went to go find a rag. We had one, I thought, on the table, but I guess not anymore. Thank you. I was thinking about the blue one, but I'm going to put that right here. And hopefully nothing will disconnect. Okay. Now I'm not blinded by the light anymore. Oh, that's it. Anyway, it's been really hard. A lot of training. He's gotten better. He's better around people in general. And he is getting better on walks. The only thing that kills it on the walks is if we come across another dog. It doesn't matter if it's a little French bulldog, a German shepherd, or what. He goes berserk. Absolutely berserk. But even then, he is getting better.
Mm-hmm.
He's tugging, he's pulling, he's lunging. But if I say the word and I tell him to sit, he will sit.
Well,
He'll still be making noises and everything and being all excited, but he will sit. And so that's an improvement.
yeah, and I mean, and Helica comes every Wednesday to clean.
Yep.
And used to be, he went batshit crazy. I mean, Doggy was jumping 3 feet off in the air and everything else, and and now she leaves the room, and you're getting almost a whimper out of him because it's like, well, where'd she go? So it's.
He's much better with people in general now. I walk him past a couple areas with guys that are working on construction and remodeling homes, and he doesn't even with them anymore.
No.
It's pretty cool. So.
And before we get butt deep.
Yes.
Congratulations, Luke. This Sunday, he goes into the Hall of Fame, the NFL Hall of Fame. So that's why I broke out the Kuechly jersey because.
Really?
Yes.
He's been playing long enough to be Hall of Fame?
He's been gone long enough to be Hall of Fame. You have to be out of the league for 5 years. But yeah, he played long enough and well enough that he was a Hall of Famer or is a Hall of Famer.
Goodness. I didn't know that the criteria was such a low bar.
He was NFL Defensive Player of the Year. He was
I'm just saying. I just expected it to be.
He was all pro every year he was in the league. So, okay. I mean, yeah.
Different criteria.
And you can't fault the man for retiring early because he got hurt and had 3 concussions and went, I'm going to retire while I still have my brain intact because I don't want to do CTE.
That's okay. I'm just surprised that the timeline is so short in the criteria.
He played longer than Gale Sayers, and Gale Sayers got in. So, I mean.
That doesn't make it right. I'm just saying the timeline is short.
He deserved it.
Okay. I guess so. No. Let's say hello. We got Arlene with us. Hey, hey, hey. And, of course, Ann Yvette.
And Jesse.
We miss you guys. Jesse. Hi, Jesse. And Khalid. Hola, Khalid. Oh, you like my hair. Oh, you know what? It's hard to see it right now, but maybe later when the lights are a little brighter right here and the sun isn't darkening everything. I did dye it red again, and I've got my purple stripe back. I got sick and tired of waiting for a haircut. I will say this. I'm so used to being able to just walk in someplace and get a haircut. And that it's just not like that for ladies in Mexico. Maybe if you're lucky, but guys tend to have an easier time walking into a barber shop to get a trim. Ladies generally have.
It doesn't take a whole lot.
No, I know.
I mean,
but ladies generally have to make an appointment. It's not that common to be able to just walk in and just get a haircut. And I just don't have a predictable schedule all the time to do this. So it's been 6 months or more since I had a haircut. I probably could lose 3 inches off the back right now. I was tired of waiting, so I just dyed it finally. It needed it. But thank you. And hola, Bruno.
Hola, Bruno.
And Mary and Scott. How are you guys doing in Chapala? Nice to see you. Okay. Let's see. I did list three things. So now that we've talked about the dog and my lack of 36 hours in a given day to do things. Um, I did list three things that we
Well-
probably would hit on while we're here.
One of the things was the INE with Wise.
Yeah.
Another
so-
thing that sent her into orbit. And this happened on Monday, the day after Max's bad day.
Yeah.
And he goes up with her in the morning. Then when I get up, he comes down. He spends time with me so that he's not bothering her while she's working.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, you could
See?
tell she was
Yes.
she was not having a good conversation with somebody.
Oh my
And
God.
Max was like, I'm gonna come over here by you because if this is still directed at me, I want you to protect me. I mean, he was catching that negative vibe.
So it was Monday morning, and there I am attempting to pay our rent. I transferred the money out of Charles Schwab into Wise and had it converted at the same time to pesos. And when I tried to send the pesos to the landlord, I got that screenshot that I took that said I had to present my INE card.
Again.
This is like the second time in 3 months. And they have never told me what is causing this or why it's happening. But of course, I go because the only place I ever got anybody to take any action and even acknowledge me was through Facebook Messenger. I went straight to Wise and I sent them a message. And I said, once again, I am getting a request for an INE card. I am not a citizen. I am a U.S. citizen, a Mexican resident. I do not have an INE card, nor should I have an INE card. And I said, I've been using Wise for 4 years. And it wasn't until a few months ago that this problem came up, and it's back again today. And I was able to get a screenshot. What do I get? The exact same scripted response I got the first time this happened. When you're sending pesos, we are required to get your INE card. Now I'm mad. And I'm like, and he can hear me because I'm like voice translating. I'm doing voice to text for this message. And I'm like, that is not true. That was not true the last time this happened. And you were the people who told me that I should not be getting asked for this. So why am I getting asked for this? I said, I'm a U.S. citizen, banking with a U.S. bank, sending U.S. dollars into my Wise account, converting it to pesos, and now I can't send my rent money. Why? And I said, and don't tell me I'm not going to transfer this back into US dollars so you can double charge me for the exchanges, which is what happened last time. Oh, yes, you're right. That was incorrect information. Yeah, no shit. And they're like, can you try it again? So I waited about 30 minutes and I tried it again, and it worked. Can we close this chat? Yeah, I suppose so, because it's obvious nobody's going to look into why this is happening.
So September, get ready. I'm just,
No, I'm hoping. Okay, so that's the other thing. New bank got approved to become an official bank in Mexico. They're no longer a finance company.
It's amazing what a $10 billion promise of investment will suddenly grease the wheels to going, oh, and that's not 10 billion pesos, $10 billion worth of investment into making themselves a bank here in Mexico.
That's an incredible amount. That's incredible. 10 billion?
That's what the number was.
So anyway, yes, New Bank is now officially a bank in Mexico. And they did send out a notice that there will be an interruption. I guess it's today, right now.
So tomorrow, but
I thought it was Wednesday.
whatever.
But anyway, there's an interruption as they probably convert some things over. What I'm hoping that means is that they will lift the limit of monthly deposits on the account. Because right now, I think what it is either 24,000 or 25,000 pesos per month is all they will allow you to put in your debit account. If they become a bank, I'm hoping they will lift that, because banks in Mexico are required by law to report to SAT deposits that are over a certain amount each month. And I think Nubank was trying to avoid that issue, as a finance company.
Or
Fintech.
or Mexican banking laws may have capped that.
Maybe.
Going, we don't want these private finance companies out here, because that makes it very easy for ne'er-do-wells to sort of go, oh, well, we're just going to start our own little finance company here and we can wash money through it. So, so
if they lift that deposit limit and it acts more like a real bank, that's going to be awesome, because I'm just going to I'll just do tiny transfers as the exchange rate is good and ship it right on over to New. And that's where my money's going to sit.
And that's an easy, or it was when they were we don't know if that's going to change now that they're a bank, but it was an easy one to get.
Well, I mean, I have a clave.
No, I know that. What I'm saying is, we don't know if the runaround that we get from Banamex and Bursa and everybody else is now suddenly going to have an effect because they're a bank. I doubt it, because it seems like New is very customer friendly.
They're very customer friendly, and they're very, very much a mobile banking system. This is not brick and mortar. This is all through the internet. So they're a mobile banking system. You don't have to go to a physical bank to open up an account.
And I think that's where a lot of that $10 billion, there's going to be brick and mortars.
Possibly.
So,
but I'm just happy that they're going to be a bank. And then maybe somehow I can avoid all this wise transfer jazz stuff that's happening. I think if the transfers are in smaller amounts, I think that might be part of what's happening. I don't know, because they
don't tell you.
They don't say what the problem is.
Because they don't know.
I mean, it could just be a random check, and it might be triggered by the frequency and the amount. And in this case, it's monthly, obviously. And
Mensual.
And the amount's pretty high for a single transfer. So anyway, that happened. So that's the wise thing. And we still don't know. We have no idea why they have now asked for an INE card twice, even though they're not supposed to.
It doesn't make somebody happy, I can tell you that.
Well, no. When your rent is due on the 2nd, I'm trying to pay it on the 3rd. Now, we do have a 5-day grace. It's written into our lease, but I want to get it paid when it's due. Don't tell me there's an issue and you're not going to send it through. Why? What is the issue?
Don't know.
The issue is they want an INE card.
What?
And
they have it set up one way, and they haven't been able to go in yet and differentiate without allowing people to bypass the system. And so they're erring on the side of caution, and but it should be one where they can at least tell the AI people,
if you have a U.S. citizen documentation on file, because when you open up a Wise account, they have to validate who you are. They've got my identification. They know I'm a U.S. citizen. So this is stupid. But,
yes,
and then to come back and tell me, little junior IT support, customer service person, that we are required to get an INE. No, you're not.
Well, they might be in certain cases.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just.
But I said that's not true. because I don't have one because I'm not a citizen.
Well, it doesn't apply here.
Right.
Right.
So, yeah, no. Anyway, that's the end of that. I don't want to talk about that anymore. I'm trying to release the balloon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Yes. Hi, Gina and Mark. You look great. I love your hair color. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it was time. It was due. See now you're getting.
I know. It'll go away. It's not blinding me, so I'm like,
Okay.
you know,
So we're gonna look a little weird for a little bit. It is.
give it a little bit of time, and it'll go down, and then we'll all be back to.
Yay! Hello, Jennifer. We have issues every time someone sends money from the USA to Mexico through Wise. It's very frustrating at times. Yeah, and we never used to.
Nope.
This just started about 3 months ago. I think it has something to do.
I was just fixing to say
with the money laundering stuff that's happening.
That went into effect that held up the credit cards. It's sort of
it's like all the same stuff. It's all anti-money laundering checks that have been put in place, like trying to get our credit cards through DHL like we used to. That ain't happening anymore either. So it's probably related to that. But they should know enough to know if they've got US ID on file, which they had to get, then they know I'm a US citizen and I just put US dollars into my account. They should see that because it was just 10 minutes prior to that. Why are you asking me for an INE card? I'm not a Mexican citizen. That's the thing.
Well, I mean, you would think that if this, and I can't believe we're the only ones this is occurring with, that if this is an ongoing situation, that somebody somewhere would be going, okay, we need to figure out some way of putting in some code that's an identifier for US,
something
users, so that it doesn't trigger the request for the INE.
Or have like have a screen where you choose which ID you're providing. And if you choose the US ID, guess what? Done.
Yeah.
Which leads right to this next question. They don't have anything Mexican on me. When we opened the account, we were still in the US. We didn't have anything Mexican. So I can't remember exactly if it was.
I think we do have anything Mexican on the account.
I'm explaining that right now. We got the account when we were in the US, so they wouldn't have anything Mexican on us. So when I validated my identity, I can't remember if I used a driver's license or our passport. I want to say I used our passport because it's the one thing that definitely identifies you as a citizen of the country, of the passport that you have. So I probably used our US passport, but we had the Wise account, I want to say at least 6 months before we even traveled to Mexico. And that is the ID that they have had on me ever since. There should be no reason for them to ask for an INE. It's like as soon as you want to say, and it doesn't always happen. It's happened twice with us. We have used it to pay lawyers, real estate people, and our rent numerous times. And the last 3 months, they have twice asked for an INE card.
Which means something changed.
Something's changed. And we feel it's probably the same thing that's caused change with the inability to get debit and credit cards shipped into Mexico from the US. So that's changed recently too. So I'm sure that's what it is. I would be a whole lot less frustrated if the person who's supposed to be supporting customers
had an answer,
had any idea what's really happening and not just reading from their,
or at least was able to go, I don't know, let me investigate. It's amazing how those simple words can go a long way towards placating somebody.
Yeah, no fluff.
versus the I have a script. I'm
I
going
know.
to read from this script, and if you interrupt me, I am going back to the top and I'm going to start the script all over again. And you're getting nowhere except increasing the level of frustration.
Right. I work in IT and I have worked from a customer service perspective for one of the biggest healthcare IT companies in the world. And one of the things that's almost always the first level of defense when you're trying to investigate somebody's issue, it's the stupidest stuff. It's the stupidest stuff. And you don't know if the person that you're talking to has thought about doing these things or not. And you don't want them to feel like you think they are idiots. So I always start out with, you may have done this already, but I just want to go down this list of things to see what you have done and what we can try. And one of the first things is, honest to God, guys,
Did you reboot?
did you reboot?
Even I've learned that over the years from being told by the IT department.
The second line of defense, have you unplugged it and plugged it back in? I'm not kidding you. These two stupid little things can sometimes fix everything. But you have to approach it in such a way that you don't want your customer to feel like an idiot, and you don't want your customer to think that you think they're idiots. You just have to say, you may have tried this already. And I said, I'll say something like, you would be surprised how many times this can resolve things. Have you done this? And have you done this? And they may say, yes, I did those. Okay, fine. Let's move on. Let's go to the next step. What's next?
And the last one is, do you still have the box? Because I've done this with, I've never said that. I've never said that to a customer, but you're feeling like, dealing with camera issues. Do you still have the box? Yes. Good. Put it back in the box. Take it back to where you bought it because you can't operate it.
Okay, don't say that. Oh,
well, that is
no, I would never say that.
You wouldn't say that.
Oh my God, that is insulting.
Well, there are some people.
No, I know, but I'm not dealing with that. I'm just saying. First line of defense, just about for every customer service, are these kids right out of college a lot of the times. Might be their first job. And they give them these scripts to read. And it's horrible. And they don't know enough yet to think beyond this piece of paper, And one of the things that I've learned is you have to know the right questions to ask. If you know the right questions to ask, you can solve almost everything. But if you don't know what to ask, you're never going to find the actual problem. So,
well, not never, but there will be times that you won't find the problem.
I know, but nobody's told me yet why this happens. So this whole thing, nobody has said. It makes no difference. We have Canadian passport, permanent resident, Corp, RFC, etc., and they lock one account down every time. Wow. I would, and when New Bank becomes an actual bank and they reopen with the bank information, I really don't want to have to try to do international transfers to them because I think that's going to be really expensive and I'll have to investigate. But man, I may just have to leave Wise behind. This is just frustrating. It's frustrating and it doesn't need to be. I don't know.
Well, a lot of it's going to depend upon, what New does as far as is offering. Are they going to offer a competitive exchange rate if you do it? And what are the fees going to be? Because if they're aggressively going, we've got a big, niche in the expat community, they may go, let's take this to the wall and maximize it. So you don't know until, and they're aggressive. So they very well might go, let's be very competitive with our exchange rate and go from there.
And that's a good thing too. See, right now, New has some very, very good interest rates on their cajitas, their savings boxes, but they limit how much you could put in them. So I want to say I have, but I had to use it recently. I maxed out one cajita at 25,000 pesos and it was paying 13%.
We'd love for that number to go up as
Yeah,
far
I
as what
don't
we could
know.
put in there, because 13%,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I'll start socking more money in there. The other cajitas that they offer, we're only offering, I think, 6.9 to 7.5%. I can't remember the exact number.
still a lot better than what you were getting in
But
the U.S.
it's better than what we're getting in an interest-bearing checking account. So, and it's better than a CDs. I was buying Charles Schwab CDs when I had excess funds and just leaving them in there for 6 months, maybe a year. And they weren't making that much interest. So,
Nope.
Be interesting to see what changes there. Love the jersey, Mark. There you
Tomorrow
go.
night,
What, it starts tomorrow? Preseason's tomorrow?
Hall of Fame game tomorrow.
Oh, the Hall of Fame game.
Well, that's preseason. That's the first
Oh,
preseason
is
game.
it?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know.
And you're busting on whether Luke should be there, and you don't pay attention. So, yeah.
No,
okay.
yeah. The whole thing about Luke is that he was playing not that long ago. I'm just surprised that he's already eligible.
You have to be out of the league for 5 years.
That is shocking to me.
Well, because guess next year, the GOAT's is eligible, Tom Brady. So
That's just shocking to me. I just expected a longer wait,
nope, 5 years.
10 years or something.
And that's across the board. I mean, NBA, NHL, MLB, it's all.
Oh, you're at Mamacita's Tex-Mex. Woo! Hey, I saw that. I didn't get to see what your answer was, but I saw what looked like chicken fried steak to me, and I'm sitting here thinking, how can we make chicken fried steak? We have got to do that.
We can do that
so good, chicken fried steak.
with a good gravy on it, and
Well, we got some pepper gravy
and some mashed taters, and
Oh, I got lazy for a while, and I was buying, I want to say Tyson. Tyson had these chicken fried steak patties, and we would buy those frozen. I know, but they were still really good for a quick meal. But we could make those.
well, when we were in the States, we were both working, and it was
Yeah.
come home, throw something together, and we mastered the 10-minute meals. I mean, we were like,
Yeah, we were.
bing bang boom,
All
okay,
that
let's eat.
unhealthy food, we were eating it all up. I know, but man,
That's why we feel better now.
good chicken fried
I
steak.
understand.
We can go get some, like, I don't know how they do it here. Do they do such a thing as like chip patty type things?
I think they probably we got
Carniceria?
that Tyson's cordon bleu, if we can find the Tyson.
I wasn't
chicken.
talking about that. I'm talking about going to the carniceria.
Oh,
Like, do they do, like, what did they call that?
well, we may have to pound it out ourselves, but
I don't know. We got to do that. Chicken fried steak, man. Mashed potatoes.
all right, this wasn't the best idea trying it down here, but
No, it wasn't.
hey, we were grasping at straws, so it won't last much longer.
Yeah, we might have been better just being back over there. It sucks. I know. Yeah. Okay. Lisa is now the second best GoPro user there is.
Vicious.
Oh, I didn't know Lisa had a GoPro.
I'm going on a limb and making that assumption, but
Okay. And Jennifer. So let's see, Lisa. I will try. Oh, okay. So you sent the GoPro to Lisa. All right. Let's see how that goes.
if it came with the knowledge, then you're golden. Because God knows Jeff knows everything about the damn GoPro.
I'm guessing the lights are on as high as they'll go right now.
They are.
Okay. Okay. See, so topic number 2.
Weather.
We have been experiencing some really, really interesting weather in Querétaro. Um,
Well, the first thing that we noticed, and this really wasn't the interesting weather, it was just sort of like we had noticed this on and off, that we would hear thunder that would roll for minutes. I mean, minutes. And we're like, I've never in all my life, in all the places I've been, heard weather, thunder rumble like that for that long. And of course, Gina looked it up and was like, there's a reason. Well, of course, there's a reason,
so Querétaro was on a plateau, and it's a really wide plateau. It encompasses a lot of communities in the area. And then in the distance, it's kind of surrounded by a ring of mountains. And so the long, low frequency, low rumble thunder that was just continuous is coming from a distance. But the way it was explained was that when it's that loud crack, when it's quick, when it's flashy, and you see the lightning and everything, it's touching the ground.
That's ground strikes.
When it is spreading out into the clouds, like webbing.
Cloud to cloud.
Yeah. And it can stretch miles and miles and miles through the clouds. That creates rumbles too. And the lower the frequency, the low rumble that you hear is coming from those, and it's coming from miles and miles away. It was nonstop. It was like the longest
Oh, it was just like
rumble I think either of us have ever heard. It never ended, like for 3 minutes.
not probably. It was by far the longest I'd ever heard. It just was like, okay, is this ever going to stop? And it just kept rolling and rolling and rolling.
And so it also, because of the mountains around the very large, several mile wide plateau, it echoes as well. So you get all that rumbling, and then it's echoing, and it added to the phenomenon. Phenomena number one.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had the storm of the century. It wasn't the storm of the century, but it was pretty wild.
It was for Balvanera. I mean,
we got a pop-up microburst. It literally just popped up out of the middle of nowhere. When I looked at the radar for it about 30 minutes after it happened, I'm watching, and then boop, there it was. I'm like, holy crap, it just came out of nowhere. And
thanks for the advance warning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It dropped hail, marble size hail, in some places 4 to 5 inches deep. I'm not even kidding. It looked like it snowed outside. The grass out in the area around where we live was white. His little green grassy carpet that we got for him to lay on outside was white. It was piled up against all the doors and the windows, about 3 to 4 inches. And the next day, 16 to 17 hours later, there were still pockets of unmelted hail. One pocket was about 4 to 5 inches high.
And the trees were all doing this. And I mean, we counted today out here, we got 4 limbs that broke in 2 trees that just snapped.
Yeah.
And they're so high up that Francisco doesn't have prayer being able to get up there and get them. I mean, unless, we need to find us a 12-year-old because, they can climb the tree and go up there and get it because they're up there pretty good.
They're up pretty high. They'll just eventually.
It blew the amount of leaves that it took off of trees was, I think the only thing that came out unscathed were the cypress trees. They just, because those things are like whips anyway. They just bent over and were like, okay.
Every single bedroom in this home had water running into it. The room back this way, I went up to the roof after the rain was over, and the drain was clogged because of the debris from the trees and stuff. And it's covered in hail. And it was 4 inches deep of water with the hail floating in it. And I had to walk the length of a room to get over to where the drain was. It was so cold, my feet hurt, like it was painful to stand in it. So I was able to get myself up onto a wall on the roof and sit there and wait for my feet to stop hurting so that I could get back down into the water and unclog the drain and then get back up on the wall. And I was holding a broom over the drain so that more debris wouldn't get stuck in there. And I sat up there for 2 hours trying to get the water to drain. But there was about 3 liters of water in a closet in the upstairs bedroom. There was a crack in the back bedroom.
Yeah.
Water was leaking, and it was on the floor and in the bathroom, and it had been dripping on the bed. When the rain started, both of the doors on one side of the room instantly flooded. Instantly. We had 3 or 4 bath towels down trying to catch the water. I mean, it was bad, but the hail was something. To have that much hail, and then it was so much hail that it was still laying out there the next day. It hadn't melted yet.
And then when it finally subsided, Max was like, well, I want to go out. And he goes to his door, puts the paw out, pulls the paw back, and goes, no. And then he put the paw back out, and he was like, all right, maybe this isn't as bad as what I think it is. Next thing you know, he's out there having a field day, and he's eating the hail. And it's like,
I'll be right back. You keep talking because I can't see the screen anymore.
Well, okay. So yeah, it didn't, and one of the things that's interesting is the storms, they don't bother him in the least. Some animals get, when the thunder and lightning start, it's like, and
there you go. Let's put this up. I can't see the screen anymore, so we have to.
Why didn't you tell me what you were doing? I could just solved it with the towel.
No, this is better. It's lightweight. Okay. Okay. Problem solved. That's better. I can see the screen now. And we'll get the focus back. Oh, and you just gave, okay, so you gave Lisa a GoPro tutorial. That's awesome. You all right? Did you get it? What happened?
It knocked the plan off. Look, you talk, I'll fix.
Okay. I'll talk, he'll fix. Maybe I can't see the screen. There we go. I can see the screen now. I'll take things that fail for 500, Alex. I can't see the damn screen. Oh my God. There it is. There's the screen. Yay. Hi, Sheila. Oh my gosh. And greetings. Oh, Vagabond. Hola. Welcome to the live podcast tonight. And I was going to ask you, about the rains and flooding. I've seen some crazy videos online. You know what? We didn't post anything. I think that one of the things that I was most concerned about was the status of our plants. The hail ripped up stuff terribly. That peace lily that's out there, there's about 1/3 of the plant that hasn't died yet because of the hail. It shredded the leaves. It shredded up my tomato plants. It caused a lot of bruising on tomatoes. I had to throw about 2 tomatoes away. The rest I brought in, and they're so butt ugly looking because they got scars from where the hail hit them. It tore up a whole bunch of leaves on those plants. One of my tomato plants is barely alive right now because of a combination of Maxwell digging up the plant down to the roots about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and then getting hit by this hail. So I don't know if it's going to survive. It's looking pretty sad right now. And there are a few new leaves coming out. So I'm just watching it and hoping that it comes back to health. The Mota plants, they got shredded up pretty bad too, but the flower, the important part, is in good shape. But you need those leaves, those fan leaves, for the photosynthesis. So I'm hoping they're okay. I had a decorative plant that we put out at our front gate because Maxwell was jumping the wall and getting out onto the street. So we put that there. I know the gray was a little bit better because the white is reflecting.
But the gray wouldn't stay up.
Oh, no.
Hold on, I can do this.
Okay. Anyway, the plant that we bought to keep him from jumping out on the street was one of those really kind of decorative leaf plants. So the leaves are a little waxy and they're multicolored with like pinks and reds and greens. It shredded the hell out of that plant. Every leaf on that plant is jagged, messed up. It's bad. And then I walked the neighborhood the next day, and the amount of stuff in the neighborhood that was just absolutely destroyed by that hail was astounding. It was really hard to believe. And Francisco, our gardener, he had a lot of work. I was outside using our wetback with the exhaust for the blower, trying to blow all the debris as much as I could out. There was a huge mess out on our rear patio where Maxwell goes and where the plants are. Surprisingly, it didn't seem to harm the orange tree. That's kind of weird. I don't know. And the ferns seem okay, but man, I saw some damage around the neighborhood, pretty bad. So it was not fun. Lots of cleanup. It took all day the next day to clean that mess up. And we just got, I guess that helped a little, but I think until the light gets off that wall.
That was a smart answer to say that it helped a little bit, just after me doing all that.
Well, yeah, it helped a little.
Yeah.
I think, though, it's just
I get
because
that.
we got a white wall and the light's bouncing off the wall and it's just glaring. It's better. It's better.
Like I said, smart answer.
Oh, goodness. I've been watching a lot of house tours on YouTube. I really want a house there with a rooftop patio and add a family room on the 3rd floor so I can watch the storms. The rooftop patios are nice, but you need shade. You're definitely going to need shade. The UV light, at least where we are, is very, very strong. And it can get pretty windy. We've definitely had some pretty windy days. It depends on where you're going to be, obviously.
I mean, because probably the best rooftop terrace we've had was San Miguel de Allende.
And it had a lot of protected, covered areas in it.
It did.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a view of Centro that was to die for. Annie and Arlene can attest to the fact because, we sat up there and it's just like,
oh no, he did. Oh, damn it.
what?
Maxwell's out there chewing on Maria.
Oh, well, tough shit.
Don't you bring her in here.
He didn't. So, such is life and death.
All right. So who's Maria? We had a katydid that came on our wall. And the katydid is a female. It's got I think they call it a ovipositor. Well, yeah, was a female. And when he noticed her last night, and she was still there this morning, I thought it was a male. So last time we had a katydid around us, we were in San Miguel.
Yep.
And I gave it banana, and it ate that, but we didn't have any. So I got the avocado, put some aguacate out there, and she was going to town eating some aguacate. And she moved up about an inch or two higher, and he just got on top of the cooler and pulled her down and was chewing on her. Great. How did she taste? Like aguacate? Anyway, she is at the stage of wanting to deposit eggs, and she's probably looking for a male right now.
She found one.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. Anyway, so much for Maria, the katydid. Yeah. You just killed her.
Yeah, well, that's what I do.
Yeah.
Yo.
But anyway, yeah, if you have some shade up there, it's good because you get some nice views, you get some breeze,
it can get chilly. I mean,
it can.
Yeah. It you can sit up there and suddenly, it goes, wow, hold on. It's just, we need a little, couple layers on.
No.
So,
no.
Hey, Max.
Okay. Yeah, and some crazy weather too. Mary, is it Mary and Scott? Is that who I'm talking? Okay. Did you guys see the water spout that was over the lake? What the hell? I don't even know why you yelled. Okay.
He doesn't either.
No. Did you guys get a water spout that you could see? I saw pictures of a water spout, but I didn't know if you had seen it while it was happening. All right, dude, that's enough. Stop. No. Okay.
Go around.
That thunder is... That thunder is so unsettling.
Dude, that's not the view of you everybody wants.
They can't see it.
Good.
And surrounded by several mountain ranges several days ago. Yeah, sitting on the... Yeah. Stormwater was hitting my window at 45-degree angle. Wow. Wow. That's something. Did you get flooding, Laura? I think we got some of the hurricane that was pounding California. Our friend sent us a video of a water tornado about 300 yards out at sea. Wow. More of those water spouts, man. Boy, he is just...
Max.
He is revved up right now.
Max.
We had to close our doors because the wind was blowing pictures off the wall. Incredible. And Annie, the storms were crazy. Yeah. We've had some crazy storms roll across the lake, some with hail, that long rolling thunder and water spouts. Yes. So, yes. Oh my God, your storm was terrible. I'm telling you guys, 4 and 5 inch piles of hail. Unreal. It was crazy.
And
yeah. Hi, Dawn.
Hey, Dawn. And no electricity for 7 hours, of which...
Well, it was more than 7 hours.
No, because it went out at 6 and it came back on at 1.
Oh, so, that's right. That's right.
And it always seems that it's, go to bed on Tuesday night and Helica comes on Wednesday, and she's come a couple times when there's been no lose, and when we have no lose, no agua,
Right.
because
We have a hydraulic pump for water. Yeah.
we don't have a Tinaco with gravity feed. So, when the power goes out, all the water goes out. And so, she's going to clean, and we're going, how?
Yeah.
Como?
So bag of Doritos for Max, huh?
No.
He doesn't need any more incentive. The guy's turning into a little chub. Yeah, you. He really is. He'll eat constantly if we put anything out. So we really have to be careful.
He doesn't need it. He just inhales it.
Ola from Kansas City, visiting kids. That's awesome. Going through some sticker shock over here. Oh, man, we know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Every time we go back, we're just like, are you kidding me right now? Yeah. It's pretty bad.
It's, we're getting ready to go back in, God, it's hard to believe this, but in 2 months.
Yeah.
Back to the beach in North Carolina, and it's going to be like, okay, let's pick up the things that we normally mule across, and every time we go to the grocery store to do that, it's
Look, see, it's getting better now.
Yeah,
a little bit. It just has to get past. We will not be doing this position again.
No, it just was.
It was an experiment. We don't know until we try. Let's see. Sad to say, but Maxwell will likely puke everything from eating it, or eventually from eating it. Probably. Katie did parts.
I don't know if he got enough of it. Well,
poor girl. She just wanted to lay some eggs.
Well.
I was looking forward to the Katie Did song tonight. I was going to try to record it. Heavy rains and flooding in Mexico can cause problems, but I much prefer them to suffering through days of intense drought in cities like Mexico City or Monterrey, which are known as 0 days. Yeah.
We actually had a 0 day today so far. So, and the reason we didn't set up outside, because we knew it was not supposed to rain, because of the leaking. We had a company that was here, and they were waterproofing the roofs, and we didn't know when they were going to be done and how loud they were going to be. So we're like, well, we got to go inside tonight just so that we don't have to, listen to the clanging of ladders and stuff like that. So, no, it's a whole lot easier because lighting outside is very consistent. We're out of the sun, and it makes it very easy. In here, because of the high windows that we got, the mirror that's behind us, the white wall, is just reflections everywhere.
Yeah, the sunlight can make it very difficult to do these live streams sometimes.
Outside we never have an issue.
No, true.
Except when it rains, then we have a big issue.
Then we have an issue.
Yeah.
So the weather, that was a shock to have that much hail. Obviously, that does not happen all of the time. Even during rainy season, that is the first time we had major hail like that.
Mm-hmm.
So,
we had it again a few days. Dude, get out of the beer. We had a few days later where we got a little bit of hail. I mean, a minute's worth. Then it stopped. And go 5 minutes, and then we get another minute of it, but nothing like that one where it was just coming down hard. So,
okay. Are you trying to be the star of the show?
Max.
Because I'm the star always. Right, dude? Yes.
Yeah.
But the biggest downside to the storm, hail fascinates me, but it was all the damage. And it was not just us. It was damage all around the neighborhood. There was a beautiful tulip tree. I think that's what it's called, or something like it. And it had a lovely, fragrant scent that you really could pick up about 6 feet away from the tree. It reminded me of a mix of baby powder and Avon Skin So Soft. And I was like, I've got to find out what kind of tree this is. So I took a picture of it. And that tree today doesn't have hardly any blossoms left on it. And the leaves are very big leaves and they're all shredded up. So I hope that it comes back. And of course, there was a lot of cleanup. And our guy, Francisco, was a very busy man. I tried to clean up as much as I could before he got here so he wouldn't have as much to do. Is everything okay?
Yeah, I just making sure all doors are closed so we get into the flower.
Yeah. Guys, have you been figured out how to enable the hype feature on your channel yet? No, I have not figured that out yet. But I figured out how to keep the ads off of the live stream. So I guess we'll take one successful moment at a time. So I don't know yet about the hyping, but I'm really happy that you guys should not be seeing ads right now. So let me know if you are, but I found out where that setting is and it is disabled permanently. So we shouldn't be getting ads on these. I think ads might come up after the stream is over, but it should not be happening while we're actually online. Hey, Cindy. Hola, Cindy. Aw, thank you, honey.
Uh-huh.
He went and got a coaster for his beer.
Max keeps it up. I'm going to need a lot of beer.
I know. I wonder if Max is old enough to go to dog club for daytime play. He'll come home super tired. You know, one thing about Max for sure is that Max needs socialization. That is the one area on our walks that we struggle with, is anytime he sees another dog, he goes berserk.
Yeah, we need to take him over to the pack again.
And
Yeah.
So he definitely needs socialization, and he needs to, I don't think going over to dog club for the day would be a bad thing, because when we eventually go on a trip,
He's going to have to be there.
he's going to have to be there and he should be acclimated to it and they should be familiar with them. So I think that might be a really good idea, Annie, that we go to dog club. Maybe. Oh, we're just saying hello to everybody. Hey, everybody. Cheers. All right. And the last thing I mentioned was nationalization of our car. Now, Mark has done research on what is needed to import your car if it's allowed to be.
Which fortunately ours is,
Yeah.
but the downside of that is it's a 2-day drive to the border. It's probably at least a 2-day stay
At least.
at the border while they process the paperwork, and then a 2-day drive home.
Yeah. So we're talking about me missing a week's worth of work. We're talking about tolls, both directions,
Hotels.
food, and gas. And then
We still got the VAT and that we would have to pay and everything else. So
we were looking at probably about $4,000
minimum.
all together.
Minimum.
Yeah, to do that. Or we could basically get a chocolate plate.
Which we thought was done, because that was one of the things that January 1st, President Scheinbaum went, no more chocolate plates. That would.
Well, the chocolate cars were already present. They were granting amnesty to them.
They were giving them a grace period. And so, but as of January 1st, that was supposed to be, not a mas. And we were like, oh, crap. That's going to leave us with one option and one option only. And that's,
riding it back to the border.
making her border run.
However, we found somebody who can nationalize the car for us, and it's costing around
$3,400.
$400 roughly, and we're going to end up with plates from the state of Chiapas. But we're legal. And before I jumped into this, I was like, okay, so we have to basically have a registration that we have to pay at least annually. Well, this can be done online through the state of Chiapas. And so we will have a Mexican plate. Technically, it's a chocolate plate, which means that the car doesn't have.
We won't have a title.
No, our title will still be a U.S.
Correct.
title. And so selling the car and things like that, it's harder to do that here with that type of plate. But you know what? We're not selling it. We're going to ride it until the wheels fall off. So the alternative was to take it back to the border, spend at least $4,000 doing it the right way, or selling it. And we would not have gotten that much for it because of its age, regardless of the fact that it has a relatively new engine in it. And then we would have had to come back after all of that and try to buy a car without having really enough money to do so.
I mean, it made no sense. So, I mean, economically, it was pretty much a no-brainer. It was one of those where, okay, we spend $4,000 to drive it up there. We get a $300 tip deposit back. Or $400. So we spend minimum of $3,600, or we spend $3,400, and we never have to leave the house.
So since we weren't concerned about resale value, and we weren't concerned about, maybe somebody else getting the car event, we're not worried about it. What we're worried about is being legal in Mexico and being allowed to drive it with a permanent resident card. If you have a foreign plated car, you cannot drive that car if you are a permanent resident. So our choice was either to take the car back to the U.S. or get it imported in some way.
Now, this process takes about 2 to 2.5 months to get totally done. So, and we got fortunate that they were about to raise the rates on the tax rate on the cars mid-July. And so we just snuck in right before and we're able to go, put us in. So, and the gentleman that we're working with, his daughter speaks extremely good English. So, the WhatsApps have made it very easy to communicate with Tam and go, boom, here's what we want to do. And then she goes, well, I need this piece of information. Boom, here it is. So, we decided to go that route just because A, it was economically cheaper, and B, we were saving $200 without the fact of her missing a week of work.
Yeah, I mean,
because you add that in there, then it's like it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, because now you got to add a couple $1,000s in for me not working for a week. So, it was less expensive to do it this way. Also,
and a whole lot less stress.
A whole lot less stress, and honestly, less potential danger on the road. There are stretches of road between here and the border that aren't necessarily ideal.
Yeah, and the closer to the border you get, the more those become less ideal.
So it's like this was a better option for us. It's not always a better option. Some people will end up spending way more money than they really need to for the vehicle that they have. In our case, we would not have found a vehicle like the one we have for the amount that we're doing this for. So it made no sense. Sure, we're spending money we didn't want to have to spend, but it would have cost us more to replace the type of car that we had with something similar. And we didn't want to buy used. I would much rather buy new if possible. The lemon laws and stuff that exist in the U.S. don't protect you here. So I just didn't want to get stuck in that. And it would have cost us more. It really would have cost us more to try to replace this car than the amount that we're spending to import it. And I don't care that it's got a chocolate plate. I truly just don't care. I just care that we will be legally allowed to drive it with our residents.
Yeah.
That's all. Because you can't drive a foreign plated car if you're a permanent resident, or you can't keep it here anyway.
No.
So that was the issue.
And all we need is one more reason for them to reach in the wallet and take more money.
Okay.
No.
Anyway, I find the ads on your live streams annoying, but if the ads help you find, no, we don't make hardly any money on those ads. It never used to happen. And then it started happening and people were asking about it.
Trust me, the people making the money off of this is called YouTube.
Right. So there's no reason for those ads to be on a live stream. I think they put the ads in if people rewatch the stream later, like a regular
video.
But they don't need to be doing it during the middle of the live stream.
No.
And
I mean, we make realistically off of every live $3, $4.
Yeah,
I mean,
nothing.
it's
oh no. Oh no, dog club. We've got to go over there. He gets his rabies shot at 6 months, and I think he'll have everything maybe that they need.
which is later this month.
Yeah, and he needs, my goodness, he has got cojones grandes right now. He needs a snip really bad. Yeah, for sure. What?
No, I'm just thinking back to snip. It's not.
Yeah, well.
Yeah,
well.
You're not going to feel a thing. Bull.
Yeah, don't leave the house.
He would love for that to occur.
Some states in Mexico, like Morelos, allow you to change license plates from other states. Do you know if Querétaro does this? These people are in Querétaro, and they have gotten plates for other people from other states. It's never from Querétaro, though. And we know people who have plates from San Luis Potosí. But each state changes whether they will do it or not. So I thought it was odd that we weren't able to get them from San Luis Potosí this time. And so I asked about that. And they said that they have to get them from Chiapas. So it's fine.
The poorest state in the country,
Yeah.
might be going, we'll still take your money. So
I don't know if Querétaro will allow us to exchange the plates from Chiapas, but my money's on. I'm thinking not, because
I know somebody who would have already changed theirs if that was the possibility.
I don't know.
I do.
We could always look later. I'm not that worried about it. My biggest concern when he said Chiapas was, well, we'll have to pay our registration. We're not going to drive to Chiapas to do this. And he goes, no, you can do it online. I'm like,
the
okay.
thought of having to make an annual trip to Tuxtla Gutierrez. I mean, okay, an hour further and you're in San Cristobal de las Casas, which is not a bad place to spend some time.
True, I did like it.
I know, but that's a haul. I mean, it's
a long drive.
Yep.
You might have to go through Puebla to get there. Yep.
And then you'd have to take who probably. Yeah.
The boy.
He's
trying to show everybody his jewels. Oh, he turned around. Oh gosh. Hey, bienvenidos. Welcome. Good evening.
Dude.
Let's see. Once you have Chiapas plates, you can then do a canje de placas from Chiapas to your state. Okay, we'll look into it and we'll see. I'm not really sure if there's a limitation on because of the type of plates we have or something. I just know that some friends of ours who have the San Luis Potosí plates are finding out that if they try to sell the car or something, it becomes a real nightmare or something. I don't know. We're not going to do that, though.
No.
We're not
And
planning to
quite
ever
honestly,
sell this
if we
car.
ride around with Chiapas plates for the rest of the time in Mexico, okay, and we can say we've spent time in Chiapas because we have, so.
We'll see. I mean, if I can change placas, we'll do it. I see. And you are right. So see, if we can, we probably will. I don't.
I don't know. Well, we'll cross that
We
bridge.
do know that we're finding out that Querétaro is one of those states that is very particular with their automobile procedures. For example, some states do not require you to take a road test and a written test if you already possess a driver's license from somewhere else. But in Querétaro, you must do both. The road test is in Spanish, and they have kind of a not a very good English translator thing that you can use to answer in English. But the translation doesn't always work exactly right. And then if you pass that written exam, you then have to go take a road test. And they are particularly interested and very picky over parallel parking. And you only get one chance to do it. So, or you don't pass the road test. I think if you fail, you get to go back and do it maybe one more time within the year or something.
I don't know. But
It's very, I mean, I'm a little bit astonished because think about it. If you went and got your driver's license and you've had a driver's license for years, any state in the US would pretty much say, show us your driver's license. Okay, here's your new driver's license. And a lot of states in Mexico are the same, not Querétaro. So if we want to get a driver's license in Querétaro,
not if, when we get.
okay, well, we got to go take the exam. I have downloaded the exam pamphlet so that we can learn the laws and it's actually good because there's vernacular in there that we are not necessarily used to seeing in our Spanish lessons. And it's good that we see them. So there are words that we're learning, and there's these exam questions that we can practice with. ChatGPT made us up some practice tests. And then so we can confidently go and take this exam. But the driving part might be.
I can tell you, having lived here long enough now, there's some people driving around that do not have licenses because they couldn't pass the driving test. I mean,
we've seen some pretty.
There's some strange stuff that goes on that, like, okay, so this might be the law, but we ain't paying no attention to it.
Okay. Yeah. You can renew your tramite for Chiapas online. Okay, that's good. That's good. And we're not worried about selling.
Yeah.
We're not selling this car. For us it's a 2012. So it's got 14 years on it already. It's got it easily over 100,000 miles, but it did have a new engine right before we came. It's in good condition.
Yeah.
We have no reason to want to get rid of it.
And I mean, that was over 4 years ago. They've got the new engine put in, and we put 21,000 miles on it in 4 years. And
That's like nothing.
You think about it and what we would drive when we were living back in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
There is no way that we were only going to put 5,000 miles a year on a car. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. That was grocery store runs, 5,000 miles.
Okay. I'm glad you brought Pratica up. I bought Pratica. I paid for whatever it was. I don't know if it was 6 months or a year, and I regret it. And the reason I regret it is because that AI, one, talks too fast, two, mispronounces too much. In my opinion, if I'm going to learn how to hear, listen, and speak with AI, I'm not learning it if they're not pronouncing the words correctly. Maybe it's gotten better and it's
AI,
learning.
so
It's
it does.
learning, I hope, because after every lesson, I would grade it and I would give it a 1, maybe 2 stars after every lesson. And I would say, it's not pronouncing the words correctly. How can anybody learn how to speak this language correctly if the words aren't even being pronounced correctly?
Well, and that was the beauty of expat Spanish is that, you know, you're taking it and you have either Amy or Denise, either one, and we both had both of them. And you know, when you're doing the conversational part and you're speaking it, you know, if you screw a word up,
Yeah.
you know, it's hold on, well, you know, they wait till the very end, then all of a sudden, you know, and Denise would do this to me, you know, well, very good, except, you know, you said necesito and should have been necesitas. So, okay, you know.
But the nice thing was it was a living, breathing person.
Oh, yeah.
Who was pronouncing it correctly.
Yes.
I realize that AI is machine learning and it will improve over time. But for me to spend the money that I spent for conversational lessons with AI, my expectation right out the gate is that the conversation is going to be correct. I'm there to learn a language. If you're telling me how to say these words incorrectly, that's not learning the language. So I haven't even looked at it in a month. It's on my phone and I haven't even opened it because I got disgusted with it. Maybe I will open it back up and give it another shot.
See if it's gotten better.
Maybe it's gotten better. I was really frustrated that it was speaking so rapidly to me. And I could slow it down. But the point is that I'm a beginning speaker and it was rapid firing conversation at me at a level that was pretty much a little higher than where I am. And then it's mispronouncing words. And I'm like, this ain't going to work. This is a load of BS.
Well, you know, I mean, what you expect it to be Tommy. I mean, just, you know, and Tommy going da 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 da.
Yeah, I know. You know, but so I do have Pratica, and maybe I'll open it back up and take a look. I have not in over a month now. And I don't even know when it renews. I seriously was thinking about going in and telling them don't renew. We'll see. We'll see where it's at. But I'm glad it's working for you.
And that's the whole thing. There's so many different ways of learning languages, you know, and that's and whatever clicks with you is the right one, and that's all that matters. You know,
Yeah.
if you know, some people are visual, some people are auditory. You know, it's all based upon how, you know, your brain works with association, and if that works, stick with it.
But if it's telling you how to pronounce something incorrectly.
Well, yeah, if it's telling you how to pronounce, you know, the word incorrectly.
Yeah, that was my biggest complaint. And I like I said, every time a lesson was over, they wanted to know what I thought about the lesson. I would give it a 1 or a 2 star out of 5. And then I would say the same thing every damn night. I would say, these words are not being pronounced correctly. How can I efficiently learn a language if I'm not pronouncing the words correctly because that's what the AI person is pronouncing them, you know, it is incorrectly. And
well, I mean, Duolingo has this new pod in there where it shows you the word and it tells you the English, and then you're supposed to tell it what it, you know, the Spanish word for it is, or phrase or whatever. And it's so bad. I mean, you can miss by miles, and it'll go, okay, and before, you know, it was you'd say the word correctly, and then go, no,
3 times,
yeah. and you go, I know what the damn word is, you know, and you'd say it, and it go wrong, and you'd be like, really, you know, and now they've adjusted it, and they've adjusted it way too far the opposite direction.
Yep.
You know, because you can just make something up and it'll go, oh, bing. And you're like, no, it's not.
Yep.
You know,
Yep. There's a lot of money changing hands for those people to get their licenses in Querétaro. Something's happening.
Something's happened
Because I agree with him. There are some people on the road here that I don't know how they could have possibly passed a road test. I just don't. But,
my question on that's going to be, is there a question on there that says, what do you do at a stop sign? Because I'm still trying to figure that out here in Mexico because nobody stops.
You stop, but nobody stops.
I mean,
but if you're taking a road test, you're going to stop. You know that.
Yeah, I've been honked at because I stopped at a stop sign when we first got down here. And they're like, the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
It's a stop sign.
Yeah. I sold my Subaru Forester to Carvana today. The search for our new car in Jalisco begins. All right. Good deal. So that's why you're back in the U.S. You were selling your car. All right, cool. Muchas gracias. Looking good and healthy. I'm trying. I've lost a little bit of weight. I'm at a plateau again, but I've lost a little bit, and I walk every day now with Max. So I'm thankful. I guess I'm thankful for that. I get some exercise in, taking him for a walk every day. Oh no, he's back out there.
No, he just sniffs.
Oh, leave Maria alone.
She's dead, and so now it doesn't interest him that much. He just
let her rest in peace.
Yep.
Poor Maria.
If you're not going to flop around, I have no interest in you.
I guess, yeah. Getting those walks helps, though. Hey, Tom. Been with you guys since the start, but I was in my car on Bluetooth. Annie, it was right. Your hair looks great. Red again. Thank you. Thank you.
I know, Tom. That's why I wear a hat.
That's his hat.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a reason for the hat.
Good luck with your car search, Papa. There. Hopefully you get a nice one. So, Terminator and the Matrix told me how AI is going to help us.
Yeah, boy.
Oh my
Don't
God.
we know it?
You can tell Practica what you want to do. I spent time getting it to speak Mexican Spanish only and to increase the accuracy of my spoken accent. Yeah, but I don't know how that can be accomplished because I was taking Mexican Spanish and she wasn't pronouncing the words right.
No, and
I mean, like they were really bad. Like they were bad. You could tell that it was like, here's a Spanish word, and they're pronouncing it like it was English. That's how bad it was.
But what really is interesting though is that even being here in Mexico, the dialects are different because Denise is from Puerto Vallarta. And so, we started on the east side of the country on our journey and everything, central, and then went east and then made our way over to the Pacific, and we were hearing the double L as the Y. And so that became, I'm sorry, it's one of those that if that's how you hear it first, that is probably how you're going to remember it.
But she says it as
and she says them as J's. And and it's like, first time she said, Javer, and I'm like, what?
Galletas.
Galletas. And you're like, the hell are you talking about, woman? And and she's like, double L, J. And it's like, no, double L, Y. And she's, so, learning the fact that there is a variance in the country.
Yeah.
Which should we be shocked by that? Put somebody from Boston and put somebody from New Orleans in the same room, and they both supposedly speak English, and the two of them are going to be looking at each other going, what?
I think it's an overwhelming majority of Latin American that does the j sound for double L. The Y sound is predominantly a Castilian Spanish thing. And in schools in the United States, they generally teach
Castilian
Spanish. So initially, I was doing that too. Me llamo. But now I'm saying me llamo, because that's what a lot of people here say. Not everybody, but I hear it a lot.
I mean, that's one of those that your ear starts to pick up on, because you're suddenly starting to go, all right, hold on, what are they saying? And I am now finding that I'm able actually to understand even more in having conversations. And every once in a while, I'll get somebody who just goes, at 0 to 100, and it's like, what,
Yeah.
And Mauricio, who from Black Chazaro, delivers my cigars to me, he speaks at a very nice pace. And it's one of those where I'm probably at 90% of what he's saying. And
Good job, honey.
And so, but the pace is the difference,
Yeah.
And he does a nice, rhythmic way of saying it. And it's like, okay, I can keep up with this,
I agree.
go to some places and we run into some of these people and, they just group. So
See, they like my hair, honey. Look,
I know.
I have some of that purple back in here too. Got the red and the purple. I just need to get a haircut because I don't like it being, this is long for me. And gosh, I hate it at night when I lay down on the pillowcase and hair is like stuck to my neck. I hate it. I hate it so much. And I lift all my hair up and then lay my head down.
You ain't getting any sympathy.
I know.
Yeah.
Not from you.
No.
Of course, it could be teaching me something besides Mexican Spanish, and I would never know because I wouldn't recognize if it was pronounced incorrectly.
I think the honest to God, the secret to it really is having real life conversations, and that's where expat Spanish,
Oh no!
quit. It's over. It's done.
Yeah, but he's eating her now.
Well,
he's got
whatever.
half of her body hanging out of his mouth.
Whatever. Darwinism. See, back on the ground. It's one of those where, expat Spanish, being able to have the conversations, not only with Amy and Denise, but it's a small class of 4 or 5 people in there. And so you're having conversations with each other. So that part, makes it interesting. But the fastest way of
I should show that
actually learning is being here in the country and dealing with it on a daily basis and going, okay, I'm going to have to, sink or swim. And that's really what it ends up being.
So I'm going to put Expat Spanish's link in the chat if you are interested in checking them out. And we should also mention that Expat Spanish is sponsoring Extranjero 2026. So
Amy jumped right on that and was like, absolutely, I'm in.
Yeah.
She attended the one that was in Ajijic and saw what a great job that Craig and KJ did putting that one on. And she was like, count me in. And, as soon as we presented it to her, she was like, you don't have to sell me. She goes, I'm already sold. So
for real,
that made it very easy. And, we're really looking forward to going to San Luis Potosí and seeing what Mark and Paulette are going to be putting on for us up there from Two Travelers in Mexico. Know that they've been working very hard to get all this. And we are really looking forward to seeing as many of you as possible because that's what it's all about.
Indeed. Here's to Extranjero 2026.
And getting churros in San Luis Potosí and
eating some udon.
And eating some udon.
Kabuki. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I am currently teaching a 6-year-old English, and he is awesome because he will correct any mispronunciation I have with Mexican for it. That's awesome.
That's a win-win.
It really is, for sure. Um, that's exciting, though. Aw, I don't want to sell my Forester, but they're made in Japan and can't be nationalized.
Yeah. If it's got that first number in the VIN that says it's made outside of North America, then you're toast. So that's one of those where, fortunately with us, it was we have a Kia, but the Kia was predominantly manufactured in the U.S. and so we got away with that.
I'm going to take these down now
Okay.
because we have no sun blinding us.
Max,
It's
dude,
okay.
no, he stepped in the wrong spot.
Oh, dude, watch the
he-
jewels.
He has no respect for anybody else's privates at all. It's just like, yeah.
It's all a playground for him.
Yeah, well, he may think it's a playground, but so no, I mean, we got a friend of ours that had a Forester for 20 some years, and I think she finally had to break down, and all she did was buy a replacement and loves it. So, when you find one that works for you, go with it. Really, Max?
Slide landing. Do you need a drink? I'm getting some drinks.
No, I am good. I need the mouse though.
Here is the mouse. Enjoy the mouse.
Yeah, somebody.
While I get a drink.
Oh no, cancel. Almost left the whole thing. Let's see. I think we're on this one. I know. I mean, it's the same in the U.S. You sit there and go, okay, even bad drivers can get a driver's license, but you have to sit there and I think the biggest thing that you get here in Mexico is that people will turn from any lane and it makes no difference. And so whenever we're driving or I'm driving, it's constantly, head on the 360-degree swivel because you don't know, who's going to suddenly dart in front of you, from either side. And it's forever an adventure. We did. She did find a good one. The problem with it is when she found it, it was in Mirador, and now we're a good ways away from Mirador. So it's a haul to get all the way back over there for her to go see Michelle's, who was doing all that. So I think we just need to bite the bullet and go, all right, we're going to have to just schedule a time and go. So right about local accents. Spent the last year here in Puerto Vallarta learning Spanish. Just spent a month in Oaxaca. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. What you think is good one place, and you're like, I've got this. And we found that out, spending 2.5 years traveling around. We were just like, as soon as we would start to get a little bit of a feel for the local dialect, then we're off to someplace else. And sometimes it didn't take, 2 hours away, 3 hours away, and you're going, wow, there is a difference in the way that they speak.
Okay, got my drink. I see you're maneuvering the mouse quite well.
Well, I wouldn't give that to me full time.
No?
No.
Are you giving up?
More than you can see. I can't even see. So I mean, it's like reading. I got to get, and it's just at the wrong distance that Glasses don't help his.
um, okay, so was looking to get a forest from Mexico, but it looks like getting service is more difficult than other brands. Well, yeah, we don't really know about that. But Papa probably does, right? Our car is a Kia, and they sell Kias in Mexico, so I'm not too worried about us having issues if we ever needed to go to a dealer for. Wow. Now that the sun is down, the lights are suddenly really bright. My hair is just blowing around. Sounds like Alexa GPS has better pronunciations than the AI app. Oh gosh. And she comes up with some stuff too, doesn't she? Mark's looking for something. Yeah, the Alexa can really tear some stuff up. And my deep East Texas accent has lots of trouble making Spanish vowels sound correct. It wasn't that though. I have to say with Pratica, I wish I could remember exact words, but it was just, let's say it was buenas tardes, okay? Buenas tardes. We all know how to say buenas tardes. And it would say something like buenas tardes.
Dude.
Are you kidding me right now? I'm learning Mexican Spanish from AI and it's saying buenas tardes, just like that. And that's just an example, and it might not have been that exact word. It was taking these words and pronouncing them as if they were English. And I'm like, no. And it was words that I knew. What is this? I'm getting all kinds of stuff popping up on my computer. This is crazy. I think my computer needs a reboot or something.
Well, you haven't used it in a while.
I know.
Dude, get out of my beard.
Yeah, so buenas tardes to everyone. You live south of Oaxaca and also in Cozumel. Zapoteca and Mayan influence. Yeah, yeah. Boy, I'll tell you what, I loved the culture in Oaxaca. And a lot of the culture in the Yucatan too. And Chiapas.
Well,
I mean, there a lot of that Mayan and Zapoteca.
Mayan,
yeah.
and more Mayan. I mean,
and Zapoteca.
And Zapoteca.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Gina, my mother uses that hair color like yours. I think it's called
Cyclamen?
Cyclamen or something like that. Huh. Okay, maybe. So what I basically do, I'll try to show you because I'll bring it down a little. So I take a hunk of it, like a hunk like this, and I lift the color. So I use powdered bleach, and I lift the color of a piece of it, actually all of this. I part it down the middle, and I do one whole chunk bleached out. I dye the rest of it a reddish auburn color, and then I take the bleached out part and I put purple on it. And that's how I like to do it. And then I do that as a part in the middle. But most of the time my hair is parted to the side. So that means that little piece that I did purple kind of drips on both sides. And I like it a lot. And the purple, oh, this was very sad. I've been buying a semi-permanent cream by a company called Lime Crime. And the hair coloring is called unicorn hair, something like that. Comes in all kinds of crazy colors. They've got like a cotton candy pink color and blues and greens, and there's a peachy orange color. Well, they have two purples. One of them was called Pony, and the other purple, I think, might be called Carnival or something like that. No, Gypsy.
No, there ain't no way. That'd just be too ironic.
No, I know.
I
Maybe
know.
it wasn't gypsy. I don't know. It doesn't matter because I didn't buy the other one because it's a cooler purple. It's leans more toward the blues. This one leaned more toward a warmer color. So this one's called Pony, the purple, and I would get it at Sally's. And the first time I ever bought it was at a Sally's right here in Mexico. I had never heard of this stuff before. There isn't a Sally in 50 miles of Querétaro that has any purple colors by this company in stock. So I go to the company's website, Lime Crime. They're showing it, but it says they're out of stock. And they used to sell 30 plus different colors. They're down to like 12. So I don't know if they're phasing out all of their hair color or what's happening. And so then I start looking for alternatives to the purple. And I want the warm purple because it goes well with the reddish color. And I'm finding a very hard time finding a warm purple. I have looked for multiple brands on Amazon. I have looked for multiple brands at Sally's, and I'm not finding anything. So I used to get Ion color in the US at Sally's. It's been a long time. And I think when we moved, I think I put it all into the estate sale.
Don't
I think I did. I'm going to look in my box and see if I have any of it. If I do, it's old. And I'm going to see if, because Sally's here does have Ion. I may be switching back to that. It is what it is.
Mine just keeps losing color. So,
But I like the semi-permanent because it doesn't damage your hair. It's bad enough that I have to lift color and strip all the color from that one piece. I don't want to have to do that over and over again. And these semi-permanent tints, you might have to put them on once a month, maybe once every 3 weeks, but it doesn't take a lot. They will stain anything they land on. So the color definitely will stick. It's good. I should color your hair. You've got all this nice white right here.
and it's going to stay white.
It could be
Yes.
a blue color.
Oh, hell
You could
no.
call him Bluebeard.
No.
Oh,
That ain't happening.
royal purple.
No. You know,
We could do green and red
Those-
for Christmas.
those three girls have all worked to make it this color. So, well, two of the three.
I'm going to say Lexi didn't do
I-
that to you.
You know, no.
Ree and Kate, maybe.
Ree and Kate, yeah.
Okay, so 20. Oh, you're right. It is 2027. I'm so sorry, Cindy. I don't know what year it is anymore. I think it's a sign of getting older.
It's 2026.
Not Mexican Hero. That would
Oh,
be 2027.
Yes.
We were
Yeah.
saying 2026.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
Wrong. It's 2027. You are correct. Thank you. Okay. Double two, pronounced
Double L.
double L, pronounced as J's, is more Argentinian and Puerto Rican too. Yeah, I think it's just Latin America kind of thing. When in Spain,
Yeah,
I
but-
switched to the Spanish this.
It's interesting though. You get certain parts of Mexico, and it's they like that
I mean, it's like the difference between Canadian French and French and Belgian French. They're all very different. So, and I have a hard time sometimes understanding Canadian French because it's not the French I was taught. I was taught how to speak French. So,
yeah.
there is no price for beauty, Mark.
You're not talking to me. Talking to two travelers in Mexico.
Oh, where the hell were they at?
I
Where's
don't
that?
know.
Where's that? Where
I'm
did you
just
get
saying,
that? Where is them?
I don't know, but I mean, I only know one Mark with a C, so
You're right. Well,
Yeah.
where's he? I haven't seen them on.
I haven't either. But I mean,
Okay, I don't know. Never mind. Amazing how many people here are Subaru people. Yeah, my sister from another mister up in Jersey, she's a Subaru person too. She buys one after another. She gets done with one, she just goes right out and buys another every time. So, yes, even Brighton and Cat are Subaru people. They last a long time, and they get really good ratings for safety.
So the Kia so far. So
Well, yeah.
I mean, we had both of ours for a long. I mean, we had the one we sold in the U.S. we had for a long time, and it ran like a top all the way up until we sold it. And you know, this one, other than the engine issue, which was a recall, so
Yeah. So I mean, keep
Thank God.
those good cars. Cyclamen color is like a dark rendisted purple. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we like that. Love purple. Morado for me, please. I haven't colored my hair for years. Gina, your hair is lovely and you look great tonight. Yes, a blue beard. Muchas gracias. A blue beard that matches the jersey.
and then what? You know,
Well, it fades.
and then come hockey season, and it's like
Then we make it red.
no,
Ah,
because they don't wear red jerseys anymore. They primarily wear the black jerseys,
it's
then I look,
reddish purple.
you know, then I look really weird. You know,
Okay, so cyclamen is like a reddish purple color. You find it in supermarkets like Walmart and Soriana. As long as I can get it in a semi-permanent that doesn't have ammonia or peroxide in it, because in order for the color to show up correctly, I have to apply developer and bleach to lift the color, my natural color in that section. And doing that over and over will just damage the hair. But yeah, I just have to find the right color. So I'm looking. I'm going to look every time I go someplace. I'm going to look. My daughter uses Manic Panic. I don't know if they have the color you're looking for, but they are carried at Sally's too. Yes. And I looked at Manic Panic on Amazon Mexico, and they are also out of the purple colors. They must be really popular. Purple must be the thing. I don't know. But when we do get to Sally's, I'm going to look and see what they have in stock. When I looked online, our closest one,
is it by the Soriano over there by the Krispy
it's by
Kreme?
the Soriana, and they didn't have the Manic Panic purple. They didn't have the Lime Crime purple. They did have the Eon Brights, I think they're called. They had purple in that.
Well, I mean, you can go to Sally, and I'll go to Krispy Kreme.
I won't say no to that. I
know,
like me some Krispy Kreme.
You out of a dozen, you get two.
That's usually how it happens.
And no, it's not because, well, yeah, part of it is because I can wolf them down like there's no tomorrow. But the other part is they're so sweet, she can only eat one, and then she's just like,
yeah, they make me sick.
That's
They're
it.
very sweet.
You know, after five, I have to stop.
Doble L. It's like Y2 when you pronounce year.
Yeah.
Yep. So I could say me llama, or I could say me llama. I could say galleta, or I could say galleta. Yeah.
Depends upon where.
But I've been leaning more towards saying words like galleta because I don't know. I hear it more. Not everywhere, but I do hear it more than I.
Well,
don't.
I think here we hear it more as the Y.
Do we?
I think so.
I heard the J sound in the Yucatan. I remember, in fact, in Progresso, when the lady was doing my nails, I was trying to follow what she was saying, and it dawned on me that she was doing the J sound.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Anyway, I remember one time watching a video, Tangerine Travels, and someone had commented on how they both were speaking much better Spanish, and it definitely had a Yucatan accent or dialect to it. And I thought that was interesting, but it's not unusual because
and they use rocket, or
well, they had been living.
They pushed rocket.
They pushed rocket, but they had been living in the Yucatan, so they had more opportunity to speak to people, and they had picked up that dialect because of where they were living and who they were having conversations with, and that's natural. And it reminded me of all the different dialects in the United States, from Michigan to Massachusetts to Philly
to Pittsburgh, the bird.
You know, southern states like the Carolinas. You get to Alabama. We got
you got Louisiana with their whole own.
They're so different. They're all so different. You don't think it is at first. Now let's introduce people who are English speaking from other parts of the world: South Africa, Australia, even within the United Kingdom. You got Scottish, Irish,
Welsh.
You got the Geordies from the Northern England. You've got, it's insane how very different it really all is. So
then there's the neighborhood in London. See, I shouldn't have brought this up if I didn't remember the answer.
Neighborhood in London.
Yeah, they all have a very unique
Shepherd's Bush.
No, there's one that's very whatever.
Soho.
No, but it's very unique dialect, and it's unique to that particular neighborhood.
Okay.
And it's northern. It's on the northern side of London somewhere. And as soon as they speak, everybody goes, "Oh, you're from there," and they'll,
Yes. Oh no, she was talking about you with a K, Mr. Mark.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Mark, see. That's right. You were talking about traveling for a hair salon, and I'm a Quebecer. Yeah. So I think Mark before Mark, right?
Well, in French.
Je m'excuse. See. Yeah.
And down here, it is with a C. I mean, it could because I tell everybody my name is Marco, because they instantly, if I say Mark, they look at me. If I say Marco, they start typing it in, and it's.
So, there is no price for beauty.
Maybe I've never said I wouldn't drive you over there.
No, it's not. It's not even the drive. To be fair, what it is the fact that usually with me, haircuts with me all of my life have been, I am out. I am out right now. I am shopping, or I am at the mall, or whatever I'm doing.
And we made that work most of the time here in Mexico.
A lot of the time. But that's how it is. That's how it's always been for me. I'm already out. Let me stop and see if I can get a haircut here. And then, of course, in the U.S., there's a lot of those, great clips and things like that, which you just walk in and you get a haircut. So I'm used to doing that. To schedule an appointment to get a haircut means I have to schedule time off work more than often than not, and make the effort to drive out there specifically and only for the haircut. So it's just extra effort on my part, and I'm not used to doing it that way.
Well, Michelle's is right there by HEB, so it gives us reason to stop in.
But I have to plan in advance.
I know.
I have to reach out to them in advance and say, do you have something open on Sunday morning? If they're even open on Sunday morning. It's that kind of thing.
Whatever.
So it's just, it's a change in culture for me to not be able to just go drop in somewhere and get a haircut. I'm not used to scheduling.
There's not
appointments
that.
for that.
Let me check at Great Clips. Oh, there's a 20-minute wait. I'll be there in 20 minutes. So
and
let me get on the list.
I don't need a fancy haircut. I just need a cut. Oh, but she'll be mad if we go back out there. She'll be like, "No, she told me to stop doing this."
I know.
I didn't stop. I did let it go for a long time. It was almost all grown out before I lifted the color again. So Tonight, what's tonight's episode about? Gina and her hair. When I was in Techies, my driver said double L with the J sound.
Yeah.
It just, I've heard more of that throughout Mexico as we've moved around than the other. Mark is saying, though, here in Querétaro, he seems to hear more of the other. I don't know.
Well, it might be my ear. Plus, I can't hear. So,
There
I
you
mean,
go. The best Mexican Spanish you should learn is the one from Central Mexico, as it's the most neutral. Oh, good.
Right
Here
where
we
we're
are.
at.
Right where we are. That's good. And I've been doubling up on my Duolingos. I think it's being helpful because I'm learning new words. I notice what I don't care for in Duolingo is, and this is why Expat Spanish was good. Expat Spanish is kind of like halfway between formal school taught Spanish and something like Duolingo.
Duolingo is okay for vocabulary.
Well, but what I mean is formal school taught Spanish is grueling. Any language like that, it's grueling. You learn all these very basic things first, and then you build kind of like on that, but it's not a fast learning, and you don't learn the things that you need to be conversational right away. So that's that. Duolingo teaches you the vocabulary. You learn a whole lot of vocabulary. But then when it throws something out at you, like a verb, it doesn't tell you, here's all the different ways to conjugate this verb. It just says, we're going to do this word in this instance.
Good luck.
Yeah. So you may get a word like bebemos, but it doesn't tell you about bebo, bebes, bebe, beben. It doesn't tell you any of that stuff. You got a sentence that has bebemos in it.
I will.
You know, that's where Duolingo, I think, is very, very weak, is that yes, you do learn new words and you do learn new vocabulary, but it's not teaching you all the instances of that verb. It's just teaching you what it needs you to know for that one sentence at that one moment in time.
And the beauty of expat Spanish was, okay, using beber, if you went, I want to drink a beer tomorrow.
Yeah.
You had an instructor right there who could go, okay, in this instance, you drop the last two or whatever, or you insert an I and then use however it is conjugated. Amy and Denise would go, remember that it's an ER or an IR verb, and that means you have to do it this way. If it's an AR, you do it this way. And if it's irregular, then you just have to remember it. And so,
they kind of bridge that. So
yes, they do.
Expat Spanish bridges what those two different learning systems is like. That's why I liked it so much, because it gave me some conversational Spanish that I could use in everyday things that we use while we live here. So if I am asking someone at the store and if I'm saying to them, I'm looking for coffee filters, I can say that. Or if I ask them where something is, that is Spanish that I can use right now in an everyday living situation. Whereas I'm not learning, the Spanish equivalent of see Jane run. It's a little bit of a faster track in using something that you're going to use now. So I liked that. And then we get into that AI thing, which I thought was going to be great. And then instead of buenas tardes, I'm getting, buenas tardes or buenas tardes, things like that. Maybe it's better now. Maybe the AI was learning. I provided the feedback. I don't know what they did with it. My mom had beautiful auburn hair too. Irish being one of my Heinz 47, not 57 varieties. Blue blood, I am not. Maxwell and I are probably cousins.
Actually, Max is pretty close to straight line.
Not really, because miniature schnauzers are technically a mixed breed.
Yes.
Technically. German Pinscher and standard Schnauzer and maybe something else.
And somewhere in there's the miniature pinscher or some sort of miniature.
Yeah. One of those. There's a Pinscher and there's a
miniature terrier
standard,
in there that's,
yeah.
Somebody had to get on their knees. So.
For sure.
Yeah.
And I could do a DNA test on him if I wanted to.
Run, dude, run.
I was informed by a local in Jalisco that some words in Puebla, if used in his area, would be considered profane or inflammatory. And we should put those words down. Like the words that we learned in Veracruz.
Wow.
Well, yeah.
That's just because we happen to have, family Mortera that, once the alcohol started flowing, they loved just.
But we have had friends over for tribal meetings here, and the conversation definitely talked about how some people in certain areas of the country will use some of the most obscene language, and Veracruz was one of those states that came up.
One of them. I mean,
yeah, for sure.
But I mean, as far as teaching her, that it was, they get a little alcohol in, and suddenly it was like, Gina, giggle, giggle, giggle.
I know.
And it was like, oh God, here it comes. So,
They were asking me if I liked certain anatomy. And I looked it up and went, oh, sí. Mucho.
But, I mean, it's like if you went by Duolingo and it got cold and you wanted a jacket.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Don't use what Duolingo says to call a jacket.
What? Chaquete?
Here in Mexico.
Don't use that
no
word.
No bueno.
No.
Don't use the word, chaqueta. No.
Yes. Okay. Buenas noches. We'll see you next time. Thanks for joining us tonight. Yes. Love the reference to the Dick and Jane books. Well, it's true. When you're taking languages in school and they start you out, sure, you learn the basics and that's great, but you never really progress. I had
1 semester is not going to get you.
No. You could 2, 4, even 4 years is not really making you fluent.
No, but I'm saying, but if you have to take that 1 semester because it's a requirement, at the end of that semester, you have not gotten past the reader stage.
No,
I mean,
no.
We
were required to have 2 credits of foreign language in high school for graduation, or the alternative solution, whatever other course they had that was not a language. But you had to have 2 credits of that to graduate high school. So that puts you at technically level 2 language, whether it was German, French, or Spanish. And I was in level 2 French when I became a French foreign exchange student. And I went to France with 9 other classmates, and they were all in various levels of French in school. I couldn't understand anything that was being said in France. I mean, it was hard. I had to get one of my fellow students to help me figure out how to call the bank and ask them if they had money that my parents wired me. And I still remember that phrase today because I had to call so many Banque Nationale de Paris to find out if they had my money. But the thing is I wasn't fluent. And then I did eventually get through level 4. And then the level 5 was considered AP. Did that. And then when I went to college, they made me take a placement exam, and I hadn't spoken a word of French for a year because I maxed out. There wasn't any more French I could take in high school. By the time I graduated high school, I had my last year in high school, I had taken level 2 Spanish and level 1 German, because I had maxed out all the French I could take. So I didn't have any French for a year. I go to college, and the first damn thing they do is say, you have to have level 2 French. It's a requirement for graduation, or, or level 2 language. So they make me take a placement exam. I placed in level 2. They made me take level 2 again. The next semester, the teacher, I was just going to keep going, and the teacher made us take another placement exam, and this time I tested completely out. All I needed was a refresher course. But think about that for a minute. They make you take, at a lot of schools, a level 2 language to graduate. I had level 2 language, and then I go to that country as a student, and I can't speak. I could barely get by because they're not teaching you the part, a real conversational language.
No.
I mean, we were reading The Hunchback of Notre Dame in the AP French.
But see, I think that
But level 2, it's not conversational.
reading it is easier.
Reading is easier.
You know,
I can still read it today.
reading is
I
fundamental.
don't speak it very well anymore because I haven't spoken French since 1988. So, but I can read it for the most part.
Yeah, because I mean,
My pronunciation's horrible now.
no, but I mean, when I was reading all the Hercule Poirot books,
Yeah.
Well, he's Belgian, and when he would get excited, he'd say something in French, and I'd have to,
Yeah.
put my Kindle over and go,
What's this?
what the hell's he saying?
What's he saying?
Then I actually found out that, oh, duh, hey, dummy, hold your finger down on it. It'll come up and it'll go, do you want to translate? Duh.
So no, you haven't asked me in a while to translate anything. for you.
Because the Kindle
Okay.
has either they
Yeah.
added it or
My Spanish instructor tells us about the slang and the words not to use in certain contexts, like jacket. Yeah.
that's a good one not to use.
Yeah,
You know,
for sure.
yeah.
Oh, one time. Oh my gosh. My great grandma was Belgian, French Belgian, and she smoked, but I didn't know that. She never smoked in public, ever. And she lived in it wasn't really assisted living, but it was a senior apartment complex. And we were there at her apartment, my sister and I. She was in her bathroom. Oh, and she never wore pants. She always wore dresses. And I had walked in to the bathroom, and she was sitting on her toilet. Her panties were down around her ankles. She's got her dress covering her knees, so I wasn't seeing anything. And she's dragging on a cigarette. I think I was just so shocked. Oh my God, Grandma was smoking a cigarette. And this was the first time in my life that I ever realized that she spoke French, because she let out a line of words that I had never heard in my life. I had no idea what she was saying, but she was cussing me out. And I asked my dad later, and he goes, she speaks French. You're not supposed to know that she smokes, because when she was a young lady, it was unladylike for women to smoke in public. She has never smoked in public.
Yeah, well, then she read the Virginia Slims ads.
I seriously don't know.
Come a long way, baby.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, that was
But
but you think
you
about
don't
it.
change people the way they're brought up.
No, I get that, but I mean, you think about it and go, interesting. Back when they could advertise tobacco and
Now, this was influential on me because I'm living during an age where I recall my mother would go to the unemployment office on a weekly basis and sign up for unemployment at times. And I remember seeing all the forms were all in English and Spanish. And then when I get to junior high, I have the opportunity to learn a language and I have to pick one. And Spanish was everywhere around us, but I went with French because my great grandma spoke French. I still don't know what she said to me.
And you weren't supposed to really, other than
Probably not.
get the gist of it and get the hell out.
Get out of the bathroom.
Yes.
That image was burned in my mind. Burned in my mind. Grandma having a smoke. You mentioned AI earlier. Is Mexico building data centers there as quickly as they are here? I have read that there is interest in building them around Querétaro, only because I have read that people don't like it.
Because of the water.
Because of the water situation. There is a, just like a lot of areas around Mexico, particularly central Mexico,
Central Highlands.
water scarcity is a real thing. And there are some neighborhoods that sometimes they don't have water. And we're in rainy season right now, so maybe it's not that bad right now. But, you know, the water situation, as scarce as it is, a lot of these people don't want those data centers here because of the way they use water. And I also read that they don't have the topography of the land that is needed to build additional or expand upon their natural water reservoirs here. So it's not like they can
No,
back it up.
And the stupid part is these data centers, both sides of the border, worldwide, they could utilize the same technology that a nuclear reactor does. And that is a closed system. Once you fill it with the water, you're done. You know, you cool it, you know, with the water. You know, you run it through, you cool it down, you take the hot water, you put it back into the system, you chill it back down again, and you just keep recycling, you know, because that's what the coolants do in a nuclear reactor system. It's a closed loop system. And so, you know, okay, yes, you have the original fill up. Okay. But once you're done with the original fill up, you're done. You know, so, you know, it's one of those where going, folks, we have the technology. If you're going to do this, make the investment at the very beginning and do it and doing it in a manner that is not going to draw upon the natural resources. And now you're being a good neighbor. So it's one of those, you know, and we're starting to see, you know, I'm reading all over that there's pushback in the U.S. going, whoa, hold on. You know, we need to think about this because water is a finite, you know, resource. Now, granted, you know, was it 70% of the Earth's covered in water, but that's, you know, salinated water, and you could, you know, put in the systems and desalinate it, but that's not inexpensive either. So, you know, but being a guy that was in the Navy, you know, we made a boatload of water, literally, riding around. And, you know, one of the advantages of being in the engineering section was we got to take unlimited showers because we were the ones making the water. So
that's nice to know.
Hey,
no sweaty sailors on his boat. Hey,
oh,
Steph.
there were. If you didn't work in engineering, you didn't get the long showers.
Hi, Steph. Ooh.
Where'd that come from?
Shh, we just had a cross breeze shake stuff inside the room here. Mexico has already put in a lot of fiber optic lines, which quickly serve data centers, I am told. They do. But it's those data centers tend to use a lot of water, so we hear.
You know,
unless they are doing the closed systems like you suggested.
Right. And the thing is, you know, you think about the number of people on the planet, and let's be for real. You can walk around Central Querétaro and everybody's on their phone. And what are they doing? They're pulling data. They're playing a game. They're looking up there on the map going,
Yeah.
how do I get to 1810? Boom, boom, boom. And so the demand for the data,
I'm shielding you, honey.
the demand for the data continues to grow exponentially. And we're not even counting the cars that are driving around doing it GPS and everything else. So, I mean, it's a huge, huge draw. And that's not even considering, what we were discussing earlier, which is AI, which eats up even more data.
My nana was born in 1898. My great grandma was 1899, I think. Wow. And she used to stand in our shower and blow smoke out the window. See? That because they did not smoke in public. It was an unladylike thing to do. Let me think. Yes, my grandma was 1 year younger than your nana. Mm-hmm.
Unless it was the 1940 film noirs, then the women all smoked.
But they were femme fatales.
That's
not a lady.
Well, that damn right there.
The data centers also use a lot of electricity and can make a lot of noise if not properly baffled.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things about them that we all want the benefits, but with those benefits, somebody's got to make it, and somebody's got to create the space for it, and somebody's got to do all this.
Yep. And
they come with prices. So, if you asked, that'd be a very interesting polling question to ask, the people of the world. Would you be willing to give up 20, 30, 40% of your phone's capacity to assist you? I would really be intrigued by what the answer would be. Because if you give it up, then we don't have to build the data centers quickly.
Here's one thing. ChatGPT, for example. I actually pay for a ChatGPT subscription, and I use it in a lot of ways. I use it with the channel at times. I use it with work. I use it just to sit here and ask a question about something. I took a picture of the Katie did, and that's how I found out it was a female. The thing is, and it was, yeah. But when you're just using it as a data generating mechanism, it doesn't use as much for that. Where it uses a lot of data is when it's generating AI images and music, and especially videos. That takes a lot. It takes a lot of power and a lot of brain, if you want to call it that, to generate those AI images, sounds, and videos. And
maybe that's why YouTube's cracking down.
Well, it could be.
Because
it's not just that you can't tell. It's getting better, and it's getting harder to tell what is real and what is not. But it takes a lot of power to generate the visual and the audio type AI, especially the visual. So,
and we're still getting, after they pulled the channel down for that brief period of time, today we got another. This one has been cleared.
I saw that.
Thank you.
It was our Centenario Zoo.
I know. Yeah. I mean,
from Merida, which was literally 3 years ago. And they finally released it because, I guess we should feel thankful that the company that had the claim released it.
Yeah.
Like you released it 3 years ago too.
Yeah. And hopefully they will release Zipolite here shortly, because that is that is our biggest evergreen producing video.
They're really holding on to that.
And well, no, they're just waiting for the clock to run out. And
Yeah.
if the company doesn't respond, then we'll get all of a sudden we'll look one day and it'll be boom, oh, here's $50. Where'd that come from? Oh, they took the hold off of Zipolite. So
For sure.
it's one of those that they play the numbers game. And if they can get, if they put out 1,000 claims on something and 90% don't respond, well, that means they're making money off of 900 videos. They're making the money, not the creator.
Yeah.
And so, they're just playing, and they're not going to even respond. I mean, I'd be shocked if we ever get any response whatsoever. I think this is all just about, let's put it out there. And if they don't dispute it, then we get their money. And that's what the whole thing's about.
A lot of times
It's a money grab.
A lot of times it is. And I just find it really amusing that some of the potential copyright claims came from the very companies that I licensed the music from.
We already paid you.
Yeah. So everything,
You have the revenue stream.
literally everything has been cleared now except for Zipolite, I think. I think it's the only one.
Well, there's a couple that we lost, which, okay. I mean, we lost the one in Chapala because the mariachi band was playing that live performance.
Oh, I let that go. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
The interesting thing about that is that was a case of it wasn't even the original song that they were claiming. The mariachi band was performing a song that was written by and originally recorded by Juan Gabriel. It's a beautiful song, but the mariachi band played it so well that AI knew the melody of that song. And the claim that came in was basically from the estate and the copyright owners for the Juan Gabriel song. I'm not fighting that. I couldn't believe that I was getting a Juan Gabriel claim. And then I listened. I went to Spotify and I looked it up and I went, well, I'll be damned. That's what they were playing. I didn't know that. But it's interesting to me that claim did not come in on the actual song itself, the recorded song. It came in
on the version.
Performance of that song. Somebody was performing that song
for free.
In
a free concert.
They put the claim out because of the performance. Yeah.
The other one we lost one in Merida for one of their free nights of culture. The mapping one.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
I never fought any of those, and there were some things like when we were in Valladolid, I didn't even put them out to monetize. I just put them up. I knew that if there was music, it was going to be copywritten by somebody, and I put the videos out there. And if they came back with a claim, I just let it go because there's music in it. Yes, it was a public performance, but I did record it. There it is. So,
but I mean, realistically, it's one of those we go, all right, it's got 3 years later, 1,200 views.
Not worried about it.
We're not going to put up a stink.
But if it was a video that I produced with music that I legally licensed and you throw up a copyright claim, I'm fighting it and we win every time. Every time. Because all I have to do is just say, okay, I licensed it from this company and here is my license ID. If you need to see a certificate, let me know.
Done.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it really is. It's all about, let me throw out X number of claims and we're going to take people's money.
I know. I'm amazed at how I was a fan of you guys before you ever left the USA and how you have evolved into reliable, knowledgeable experts on Mexico and so many helpful subjects for all of us. Very impressive. Thank you, Tommy. Thank you.
I don't know if I call us experts. I mean,
Uh,
all
we can
yeah,
only
no,
say
thanks,
what we know.
Yeah, thanks, Tommy. But realistically, all we can do is share the experiences that have been tossed to us, and
Yeah.
and we think back to. I mean, I remember. I think if memory serves me right, Tommy found us on the video that when we had to put the boys down, and which a lot of people found us on that video, and that was a tough moment. And it was one of those, I think, that a lot of people went, you know what, these people are
Authentic.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's raw because that particular video was raw. I mean, there's videos that we did back then that oh my God, there's a couple of times we tried scripting stuff and we had it up there.
Embarrassing is what they are. Embarrassing.
We look at it now and go, oh my God.
Yeah.
And it's
our authenticity has been something that we have said to ourselves from the beginning that we would be nothing less.
Yeah,
so
the good, the bad, and the ugly.
All we can ever do is just tell people exactly what we did and what we experienced. And I don't feel like we're experts, but we're honest about what we've gone through.
Well, and we'll share the knowledge that we've
Right.
gained, and that's and it's not a oh my God. I mean, Annie and Arlene are on here, and we learn as much from them as they do from us. Trust me. Oh God, if you guys tried this, or here's this and this, and so they teach us more about, because they've been here for they've been in El Pueblito now for 3.5 years. I mean, they're rapidly coming up on 4 years of being here. So they know this community, and they go out and they do their thing, and they know where to take the dogs. I mean, where does Max go? Same vet that Annie and Arlene use. I mean,
and we're going to take Max to dog club. Which we need to work that out.
So it's all, all these things and that's the beauty of this entire. We had no clue when we started.
Well, I think it's important to say that your community of friends that you surround yourself with are always going to be a great resource, and you share with each other what worked for you, where did you go,
and the failures as well, because the failure you learn as much from your failures. I mean, actually, you probably learn, if you're a wise person, you learn more from your failures than you do from your successes.
Mm-hmm.
But where I was going with all this was, when Tommy found us back in the U.S., we had no clue that the Gringos R Us family. I mean, we are rapidly approaching 8,000 subscribers, which is mind-boggling.
It is.
Mind-boggling.
And people have asked why we haven't grown faster than that. I don't know why, but we're not worried about it. We're still amazed that it's as high as it is, to be fair.
I mean, and
we can't believe that.
And the beauty is the information that all of you guys share over here. I point over here because on our screen that's where it's at. And we look at that. And you guys are all helping each other out and everything else. And that's the part that actually brings us the most joy, is seeing this community, because the community, has turned into something that we never, ever dreamed of. We thought, we'll start this channel, and we petered along there at the beginning, putting out these videos, and we're going, now we're up to 75 subscribers, and then it was 100, and then we did the one video, and about when we had to put the boys down, and we got to, that gained us like 350 subscribers in a short period of time. And we were just like, oh my God,
Oh my God.
you know, we're almost to 500. Well, it took us all the way to getting into Mexico before we got, you know, the 1,000 subscribers that are required to start making money. And then we were like, oh, now we're about to start taking off. You know what? We reached the point where we gained so much more from all of you. If this never, you know, takes off and becomes Tangerine Travels, Country Collectors, you know, I mean,
We don't care anymore.
No, we really don't. I mean, we really don't.
We really don't. We don't watch it. We don't bet on it. We don't track it.
And you know, we used to watch I remember watching Adam and Heidi on Country Collectors, watching their lives. And what are you trying to do, babe?
Turn it down. Go ahead.
Just minus on the bottom.
Here we go.
And so, you know, we'd watch their lives and it'd be like $100, $50, $25, $75. And I mean, honest to God, we were sitting there doing it one day and I had the calculator out just doing, because I'm going, holy crap. You know, and I mean, thousands of dollars. But we're going, we didn't at the time understand that YouTube kept half of that. You know, we're sitting there going, well, damn, I can't wait till we can start doing lives.
Yeah.
You know,
And then we don't even turn that on.
and then we don't even turn that part on because you know what? Why?
No.
Why are we making money for YouTube? We already make them enough money. And it's all because of what you guys do and tuning in and you know, making this whole thing work. And, you know, Mexican Herald, great example. You know, let's get together and have a party. And that was the whole impetus. You know, Stephanie, how long are you going to be in San Miguel de Allende? I'm leaving on this date in February. Okay, so we're going to do it before. I mean, that's literally how Mexican Herald started. And, you know, much kudos to KJ and Craig, because they took it to a level that was just like, you know, okay, you know, and so it's been a collaborative effort from everybody. And we know that Mark and Paulette, you know, they're busting their butts up there to make this and continue it going forward. Mm-hmm. And we look at it and sort of go, glad we did ours first because we had the easiest job. All we did was sort of go, hey guys, let's all get together and have a party, have, you know, share a few cocktails, laugh, play some music, and go from there. And you know, little did we know where this was going to go. So, you know, but you guys are the ones that have made all this work, and we appreciate your sentiment on that. But you know what? We gain a whole lot more from you guys than you guys gain out of us. So
what is he doing?
He's sniffing for something.
I know.
And it's called trouble.
Hi, Candy. About medical issues in Mexico, do you have Mexican health insurance? We do not have a policy per se, like some people get from an insurance broker here.
Or like the U.S. where you say you have insurance.
No. What we have is a glorified version of a travel insurance. We have insurance through Safety Wing. It's Nomad insurance. And we buy a certificate 1 year at a time. Excuse me. And that is what we use for our emergency coverage and anything that is catastrophic. So when we have regular doctor's appointments, we just pay cash for those. And if we have pharmacy expenses, we pay cash for those. Dental, we pay cash for that because it's affordable to do so. When I broke my arm, God, gosh, almost 2 years ago now.
3 years ago.
No,
Almost 2.5 years ago.
no.
Yeah.
Okay, so
'Cause it'll
when
be-
I broke my arm, we had to pay cash up front. At the emergency room, I had to go into surgery, had my arm set in a cast and everything. We paid cash up front for that. We used a credit card, actually. And then we got reimbursed by this insurance pretty much for the full amount.
Yeah, because there were some communication issues, email wise, that things were going to the wrong spots. And during that time, the peso kept falling against the dollar in that interim.
Yeah.
And so by the time it all got straightened out and they cut a check, the exchange rate benefited us greatly. So it was like, oh, okay, there goes the whole.
I'm going to put it up on the screen here so you can see. There's a link to it under our description, all of our video descriptions, if you were interested in looking into it. So the policy covers emergency stuff, and it currently, at the time that this happened with my arm, there was like a $250 deductible.
Mhm.
They don't even have a deductible anymore. And as long as you provide them with an accurate itemized receipt, you get all of it back.
Which the good news here in Mexico, that's how they deal with things.
Yeah.
You know, when you check out, the receipt they give you
Mhm.
has got the codes, it's got everything. So they're used to people going, I need all of this for the insurance. No, you don't. Trust me. And
No.
and they told us, if the insurance company has any questions, here's an email listed on here. Have them contact us. So
anyway, we pay for a certificate in a year, and they renew it. They renew it automatically each month at the agreed amount for that certificate. And right now, it's running almost $400 a month. It's like $380, something like that.
because I'm old.
And it's because he's older. His is almost double what mine is. Now, he will age out at the age of 70. But that happens with a lot of insurances. So we're not exactly sure what we will do at that time.
Now, one of the things just to give you, when you're saying about, you know, the medical here,
Mhm.
I just went almost 2 weeks ago
No.
to have some dental work done, had 2 extractions done, and it worked on a cavity at the same time, and 5,000 pesos.
So they extracted what, 2 teeth?
2 teeth and worked on a cavity for 5,000 pesos.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then went to the,
ENT.
speaking of ears, he goes straight for it. The ENT doctor, and the ENT doctor was 1,200 pesos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he saw him, looked at his ears, provided some drops. You need to get another CT.
Yeah, I got to get.
What did the CT cost last time?
1,600 pesos.
Yeah. So if you
This is a
have
different CT, so I'm not sure if it's going to be in that ballpark or
about
not.
that, yeah,
Yeah.
it'll be about the same. So it can be very affordable to just pay for your maintenance care and your maintenance medications and things like that. But so we keep what we have for the emergencies. That does include transport back to the U.S. if needed.
Mm-hmm.
It also will include up to 2 weeks of coverage in the U.S. if something were to happen when we're on a visit back home.
Mm-hmm.
We get 2 weeks of coverage for every, I want to say 3 consecutive months of premiums. So that's a new thing that they had added, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, that way in case something were to happen while
Yeah.
we're, one of our 2 trips back to the States,
Mhm.
something happens, we got coverage. So, it's one of those where it is affordable to pay as you go for the run of the mill and the most things that you're going to encounter. But it's nice to know that if something catastrophic were to occur, we do have the safety wing.
Why are you showing your junk? What are you doing?
He's a nut.
Anyway, whenever he turns 70, though, I'm not really entirely sure what we'll do at that point.
Well, by then, the possibility is that, I mean, there's a lot of, not talking about Max, there's a lot of balls in the air.
Including Max's.
I wasn't trying to go there, but I mean, if Mexico doesn't install the
universal health care, I mean, it's one where all I have to basically do is go in and be able to have a decent conversation with them, and I can get citizenship, which would give me the ability to be covered. So, there's a lot of things that are sort of moving parts right now. And once we start to see where all that settles, then we'll be able to better put together a plan. So what he mentioned about citizenship is if you have lived in Mexico for at least 5 years, you can apply for citizenship if you desire. And I don't think there's really any major cons. If you're a law-abiding person, I don't really see the cons of getting your citizenship. But if he chooses to do that, it could potentially be helpful with his medical.
Yeah, I mean, because if I do become a citizen and I'm here in Mexico and I get in trouble, well, don't go running to the U.S. embassy because
you're a citizen.
You're a citizen of the country.
Right.
That's on you now. So,
yes.
and I get that and everything else. So, of all the people, I'm not getting busted for drugs or anything like that. I'm going to be good. So,
we're good.
Yeah.
Not saying that you both weren't very smart people before this. Of course, we know, Tommy. We know. We just don't feel like
I are smart.
We don't feel like we're experts, though. We can speak with transparency and with a level of experience in the things that we have had to deal with. But it's like anything else. If there's something, I personally feel if there's something that you don't know enough about, you shouldn't be talking about it as if you do. So I would always like to use the parking lot. Oh, that's a good question. Let me write that down in the parking lot, and I'll get you an answer later. That kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, and quite honestly, the only smoke I blow is after, I inhale one of these, because we're not here to do that. Because if we get busted once, blowing smoke,
your credibility is shot.
Our credibility is shot, and so and that's as my daddy always said, son. You only got one name. You get a lifetime of building it up. And it only takes one instance to ruin it.
Yeah.
And so, and I think I probably blew through a whole bunch of those instances early in life, but c'est la vie.
It's all good now.
Yeah.
All the stuff you're all talking about on YouTube, AI, fake copyright claims makes it sound like dealing with that stuff is more work than creating. It can be. It can be. When I am actually putting a video together, it takes a lot to create it and put it together. Let's say that I get it uploaded, and lately, if they're going to put a claim out, they actually put the claim out before the video is even done.
Oh God!
Uploading now.
I mean,
that's how fast AI is. So what I've noticed, and I noticed this today, melody music now has I forget what they called it, like a green card or something.
Okay, hold on. Melody Music is a provider of music.
It is.
I just want so everybody
They
knew.
sent me an email,
Okay.
Melody Music. I have a lifetime membership to them. And they have updated a page where the creator can go into their account at Melody and they can whitelist their channel. So anytime, because Melody now has all of their music in YouTube's scanning technology. So if I whitelist our channel at Melody and I use their music in a video, YouTube's AI scans it and finds it. It knows that it belongs to Melody, and Melody automatically knows the channel is cleared because I've listed it on my account. It's gotten like that now. So some of these providers, like I don't remember if Soundstripe did it, but there are providers that we have accounts with for music, and you list your channel on your account, your channel name, and it knows that you have an account. And if they're working with YouTube and integrating their scanning technology with YouTube's AI, maybe that'll reduce some of those claims because our channel has been listed in our account as it should be whitelisted. But that doesn't prevent someone else from coming in and saying, this song has this melody that sounds a lot like ours. We're putting out a claim on it.
Or
Right.
riding down the road and we're showing you guys what we're seeing.
Yeah.
And if I happen, at that particular time, my phone puts on Peaceful, Easy Feeling, trust me, Don Henley
Oh God.
will be there like that going,
Yeah.
pay me, pay
I
me.
mean, background music that I could
And
not.
Don, remove one finger and,
I was, one of the videos that got hit was I was sitting in a restaurant. I'm talking and I'm describing something about the food that we have. There is music playing in the background, but I can't even make out what it is. I really can't. They put a claim out for that music in that segment. They ended up releasing it because I said that was ambient music in a restaurant. I'm doing a video about the food I'm eating. I said, I can't even hear the music. I don't even know what it is. It's ambient noise.
but
They let it go, but they
Yeah.
didn't have to. They could have played hardball and they could have said, no, that's our music in the background.
to be honest, Jesse, we really don't run into it that often.
No, we just got hit with a lot because
of their mistake in
Right.
hammering us that and removing the channel.
Right.
And all of a sudden, I mean, literally within 1 hour of their restoring the channel, ding, 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 ding,
I
ding,
got
ding,
like
ding.
25 email messages.
I mean,
that
it
there
was
a
like,
copyright
Are
claim.
you kidding
No,
me?
no.
I mean,
It was a lot of work this last time. I've learned as we've gone through this, when we would get a claim, I'm like, okay, if I use music, what I'm going to do is in the metadata of that file, I'm going to go into the properties of that file and I'm going to put a note that I got it from this company with this license. And then I keep that file in the folder with the other stuff that was used to make that video. And if I get an email or something saying that this has a copyright claim, then I can go directly to the music file that I used and I can pull that information up immediately and give it to them. I've learned to streamline that process. It's a whole lot easier that way. And thank God I've been doing that.
yeah,
For
because
2.5 years
because
now.
otherwise those early videos, she'd have been scrounging to try and find that. But since she included that,
Yeah,
it
it was helpful. It
it's
let me
here.
know.
It's here. It's here.
Yeah. It took all day to fix this last batch. Typically, it doesn't take that long.
Hopefully they don't
Yeah.
do that again, taking
Yeah,
us
you
down
know.
because I don't need the stress.
Going back to our community talk, that's why we love you guys, and we so much love our tribe. I can't wait to hang out with our tribe at Next Run Hero. Yeah.
Oh God, I hope it don't take till next run hero
I
for
know.
the next
Before
one.
then,
I mean-
we're only 5-10 minutes away. Looking forward to Next One Hero. That's right, Mary. You guys are going to have a good time.
Oh, that house is going to be.
We are going to be.
I mean, it's like I hate that Tommy's not going to be there, but Lauren is a friend of Tommy's, so Lauren has been seasoned because if you're a friend of Tommy's, you know what's coming.
She has been seasoned.
Yes, I mean,
All right. I love that many YouTubers cover Mexico. It is really like a family. Appreciate you bringing up all the channels. They are great. Yeah.
That's
We try.
the one thing, and that's what Mexican Hero really, and it wasn't even designed to become this. It just sort of, I mean, it was people like, Cherry and Lisa and Mama Sue, because Mama Sue is
the queen.
Mama Sue is the queen.
La reina.
But and KJ and Craig and Mark and Paulette, they came down and La Karencita, Ernie, all suddenly all these channels showed up. And we found, oh, wow, we got so much in common and we're having a blast. And then that's sort of where the whole impetus of let's just keep doing this.
Yeah.
And, the channels it's amazing. We chat with all these channels, back and forth. And it's not saying we chat like daily, but there's communications that are going back and forth about how are we going to do this, how we want to do that, and da, 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 da. And so it really did become a family. That Mexican Hero became a uniting force that pulled everybody together.
Yep.
And, okay,
Yeah.
extra benefit.
I miss the ones that quit. Yeah, I do too. Like Sean in Paradise.
Oh, God.
Definitely.
Sean
we
was...
miss Sean.
Sean was hilarious. I mean,
and why not now? And I did miss that they left. I feel bad about how they left.
yeah.
And interestingly enough, within the last 6 months, they commented on one of our videos. Just out of the blue. And
we still don't know if it was them or if it was.
I think it was them. And they commented on one of our videos, and it was a positive comment.
Yeah.
And we responded, but we never heard anything back again. It's like anytime I've ever tried to email.
When they got hacked,
Well, we think they got hacked. We don't know for sure. It was suspected.
It smelled like a duck and walked like a duck.
But every time I've tried to email them about anything, I never heard back from them ever, even before they were gone. So I don't know. And the guy that met up with Tangerine, does anyone remember him? Well,
are you talking about Jose Ortega?
They didn't meet up. Jose hasn't come to, no.
Okay.
I don't know. They met up with different people. Trish Advisor was hanging out with them for a while, and then hanging out with Maddie for a while, and then they had a falling out. And I don't know if they ever got together with Backpacking Brunette.
Another one that was great that left was Cafe Con Leche.
I like them a lot.
They and then was it Travis that came back?
Travis came back. They broke up as a couple.
I know, and that was one of the most creative videos.
It was a great video.
I mean, that was one that I'm sitting here going, oh my God, I wish I had thought of something like this, because that means we had to go somewhere. But the thought process of putting the camera on in the closet and hearing him walk over and opening the closet.
Yeah, I
and-
mean, like he was
and it
very
was like,
good at it. I've tried to do some of those tricks a little bit, like setting the camera across the street when I'm by myself and then just recording me walking past. But I'm always nervous. I even said to Travis one time, I said, "How can you do that in public? Are you not scared
that the camera's
your
going
camera's going to
bye-bye.
be gone?" But he said he was lucky so far. Ricky and Raquel,
Yeah,
Rick Rack,
Rick Rack Travels.
they just up and vanished. Never heard from them. I sent them a message, never saw them again. Don't know what happened. I
You know,
like them.
And honestly, you can see, all right, maybe you can't see. We can see how this takes time
Yeah, it does.
to do this. And it takes mental thought and everything else. And you got to commit to it. And if you reach the point where you go, you know what? All I want to do is live my best life here in Mexico and not have to worry about putting out a video, every week, every 2 weeks, every month, whatever. I can see where with it, but rest assured, if it reaches that point with us, we aren't just going to disappear. There will be a.
Well, we'll be doing something.
But no, what I'm saying is, we wouldn't leave everybody hanging.
No.
There would be a.
No.
Us in the tribe are now going to retire, have a beer, have a good one. Thank you very much. No.
I love hearing the prices on medical care. Most people in the States don't believe me when I tell them about labs and prescription docs, the pharmacists. Yes. And the pharmacists, some drugs are just as expensive here as the U.S.
Oh.
Enbrel
Oh.
being one of them.
Which, I mean, Enbrel in the States was $13,000 a month.
Yeah. And it's not as expensive here, but it's still out of reach.
Let's put it this way.
Financially speaking.
It's still way high, 4 figures. And and fortunately, knock on wood, it's, I haven't had a recurrence in my arthritis, the psoriatic arthritis and everything else. And so, and one of the things I had to go see the ENT about, because I know this is going to sound really weird, because I told Gina was like, "What?" I said, "My ears are crying." And she's like, "That makes no sense." Well, my ears are producing a fluid, and
serous fluid.
And then when I lay down on one side, it drained out onto the pillowcase on one side, and then it build up on the other. And then it would just block the hearing. And then there were some mornings I woke up and I have blockage in both sides, and Gina be over there talking to me, and I go, "What?" And she goes, "Your ears are blocked." And I'm like, "Uh-huh." And that's when she's like, "We're going to the doctor." And
I got right on Dr. Elia. Thank you, Annie, for introducing me to Dr. Elia. And I found us an English-speaking ENT who was able to. Now here's a benefit of medical care in Mexico. We had an appointment.
We did this on a Thursday night.
Yep.
Monday.
Thursday night, 10 o'clock at night.
Literally, she was like, "I'm tired of
in bed
because I'm flopping back and forth like a friggin' fish."
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to keep the fluid from building up.
I'm in bed at 10 o'clock
like,
at night on the phone on Dr. Elia, making an appointment for Monday. That easy.
Yep.
That easy. And this guy was excellent.
1,200 pesos. I mean, and I was really worried because he's like, "All right, I'm going to put a scope in your ear and we're going to be able to see up on the screen." And so
that was cool.
And that chair in there, and he's like, "Yes, come sit, come see." And so she came in there, and I'm doing this, waving in case they could see all the way through. But no, I mean, it was one of those where, okay, it's a skin issue, and it's like my psoriasis is acting up in my ears. So
the bottom line is, that's a beauty of Mexico, is you do not have to go to a primary care provider to get a referral, to go to a specialist. You don't have to wait weeks for an appointment. You can pick up Dr. Elia and pick out who you want to go see. The end.
And if you don't like them, the next time you pick another doctor.
Yeah.
I mean, really, Max?
That's right. Everybody, there he is. There's Max. Well, he's sitting down at least.
Yes.
Another thing I'd like to point out is Max's treatment at the vet.
Oh.
We have taken him pretty much either every 2 weeks or every month for vaccinations. I don't think we've paid more than 500 pesos per visit. So think about that.
800 was one time.
One time it was 800.
Then he gave 3 shots.
Okay. And but think about that. A vet visit, you got to pay for the visit, but you also got to pay for the service that's being provided during that visit. And we had a really good vet in the United States that made all of their charges very transparent. So we always knew what we were walking into and how much we were going to need. And that's great. But it was still expensive. I take him to the vet, the visit and the vaccination come out at around 500 pesos per visit. I'm trying to think of what his grooming, he got groomed one time. And I want to say it was somewhere between 400 and 600 pesos. And that included the bath and the trim. Do you remember what his grooming was?
$35 is what we end up.
So 700 pesos.
About
600 pesos.
600.
Something like that.
Which
But,
oh my God. $35, we couldn't get him through the door. When we had Bandit, we couldn't get him through the door for $35.
no. I mean, I did have somebody for a while. I think we spent 40 on them, and they were independent. They were not in a store or in a vet office.
And 20 years ago.
And that was 20 years ago. Yeah. So when we moved to Asheville, there was that one lady who wanted between 80 and 100.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So it's not just medical care for people. It's medical care for your pets as well. And out of pocket is fairly easy. If you're in the position that we are as foreigners with the income that we have. I'm not saying it's cheap. I think that's a bad word to use.
Inexpensive.
It's inexpensive for us. It may not be inexpensive.
No, because the care
for
is
locals.
Care is A1.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't beat the care. And dude, really? Quit. Stop with the beer. You can't do all my bad habits.
The thing I appreciate so much with you both, Mark and Paulette, KJ, Craig, Ernie, is that you all share the snares with banking, shipping, and many other things. We all love Mexico, but stuff happens. Yeah. Stuff always happens.
Life gets in the way.
It's not perfect. It's not flawless.
No, that's a good word.
Flawless.
I know. That is a perfect word.
I know.
Oh, dude.
Dude, you're walking on daddy's jewels. Just knock that off. Hockey's starting soon again, so we'll see each other then, and I'm sure we'll see you guys many times before that.
Oh.
You know it. Yeah. How's Ernie doing?
Last conversation I had with Ernie, and the family is doing well, and everything else, and he has all right, I have to be careful with what I'm divulging.
He's working.
He has dove in with both feet and just gone in this project that was presented to him, and it was one of those where he realized that if he took this project on, he was not going to have the time to do YouTube,
Yeah.
and it really just was sort of a
He's working.
yeah,
That's all.
and it was
He doesn't have time to do YouTube right now.
and he didn't have a whole lot of time to make the decision, so that's why he wasn't able to put out a video that basically explained what was going on. So
But I think he's doing okay. And
yeah, no, he's
I've seen him and his wife have been
He
doing
and
some
Yami.
traveling.
Mhm.
And, yeah.
Yeah.
So we think he's fine. He's just busy, unfortunately. So, why not now help me get my permanent residency in the get-go? Yes, I speak Spanish, but I followed their advice totally and got my RP. Yes. You know what? I saw the videos that Lisa Marie had done at the time, and she was very thorough. She did those. It's Zoomies time, and he's got his jammies. She was very thorough with the videos. She showed step by step exactly what to do. Probably the best videos I've ever seen on how to do that. So they had some good content. There were some things they could have improved on maybe a little bit, but in general, their content was very good and very eye-opening in a lot of ways. And I was sad to see them go because I definitely watched them. So
yeah, no, I mean it was one of the ones that sort of gave us a roadmap as to how we were going to do this. And then, that they, along with Ernie, were the ones that we sort of looked at and went, okay, they're giving you the advice from this side of the border on what to do. And Ernie was like, God, somebody needs to do one
on the U.S.
US side of the border. And we were right place, right time. And fortunately a 2-hour live, which, is nothing with us, with Ernie that didn't go live because of a software glitch. And that was the impetus for Gringos R Us. So,
yep. And so the guy that was in Tangerine Travels channel was Andy. I don't remember Andy.
I don't remember Andy.
And he was really good with art and photography. I don't remember Andy.
Wow, and that's two things that normally would have gotten our attention.
And Travis is still good at that. His videos are very good. Travis is excellent.
Travis has
he's excellent.
Of all the people that put out
even Country Collectors with Heidi.
Oh, Heidi and Adams.
Excellent.
Their Mexico videos, were fantastic
but Travis is really
right up
good.
until the end. And then another one, Sean would do some great videos, sometimes showing more than what we all wanted to see.
That was really ballsy.
Yeah, it was a ballsy act on his part. But but that was the beauty of Sean was, he sort of let it all hang out.
Oh, Sean, where are you? We miss you.
But the beauty of Sean was Sean would share the good and the bad, because when Sean was in one of his downers, he'd share it, Yeah. And he'd sort of go, hey, man, this is where I'm at right now. And it's not all sunshine. Anybody who believes or tries to paint the picture that moving to a foreign country is going to be nothing but sunshine. Remember that smoke I was talking about?
Yeah.
That's what they're blowing, because there's times and they become fewer and fewer the longer you're in country. But there are times, I mean, both of us will tell you, there's times that we were here the first 6 months, independently, you would sit there and go, damn, we do the right thing. And fortunately, the thing that made it work for us is that when one of us had that momentary doubt, because you're going to have that momentary doubt of going, damn it, I can't get Spanish down. I can't understand these people. It's all different. It's this, it's that.
Why can't I get this amount of money out of the ATM?
Right. I mean, there's all these little things. And then
where the hell are the coffee filters?
And so when one of us would have that down moment, the other was over there going, no, we got this. And this is all going to work out. And there were fleeting moments. I mean, I don't know about you, but for me, there were those moments where they were fleeting that they just sort of went, did we step on our...
I think that's more you.
Okay.
I did not have moments where I thought this was a bad idea and maybe we shouldn't have done this, because I knew that we were still having an adventure. We still had stuff to see. We were learning new things all the time.
Well, that was true.
The only time I ever felt,
other one was time to pack the car and move.
No, the only time I was ever feeling like I was never going to get this right is when I wasn't progressing in my Spanish. And that it will leave you with a sense of isolation because you feel like you can't converse and you can't get out into the world and do something as simple as walk up to a street vendor and ask what the ingredients are and whatever it is they're cooking for you, and how to prepare. I mean, you get frustrated. You get frustrated because you can't find the words. And I recall when I was a foreign exchange student in France, I was dreaming in French by the time I came back to the United States. Not here. I just asked him last week, do you dream in Spanish? I never dream in Spanish. And I thought surely by now I would. No, it's not happening for me. That switch has not turned on. I'm doing better in Duolingo, yes, but that switch has not turned on where I can immediately pick up what somebody said and immediately give an answer. I am still translating in my head, translating what I want to say, and it's awkward, and it takes time. It takes wasted time to function.
I wouldn't
that
say
way.
Wasted, but
No,
but it takes time.
It takes a lot of time you don't want to spend. But I never thought that what we did could have been a mistake. I know there was a moment that you were thinking, what would your dad have thought about you leaving the US?
Well, yeah, I don't have to wonder. I know exactly what he would have said.
Right.
I mean,
but you were expressing that, and you were saying, I just can't help but think how my dad would think that I abandoned the U.S. and
that's just me sort of reflecting on Dad more than our situation.
Right.
But I mean, you're going to have times, especially the isolation part, and that's real. That's real.
That's real.
There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The isolation part, and it really, really, really goes back to if you're a married couple or a couple, doesn't matter if you're married or not, if you aren't built on granite, those flaws will show because the stress of that isolation, because I mean, this would never have happened. We were both previously married, and I can look back and go, oh, hell no, that would never have worked. And the whole thing is you are, especially that first 6 months that we were in the country, we're dependent totally upon each other,
Yeah.
and then we started all right, hold on. I know Annie and Arlene are sitting there going, hold on, we met you guys 2.5 months out that,
No, but as we're traveling,
but
place
as
to
we're
place.
traveling and we're sitting there going, we couldn't even hardly build friendships because as soon as we build them, we were gone.
We were leaving and going someplace else.
And fortunately, the majority of those friendships we have built were built on granite, and they're people that we still talk to. And then when we came back to Querétaro, it was okay. Hold on, we've got Annie and Arlene, we got Lisa and Romy, and it just sort of mushroomed out and has just been and say sorry.
I was just going to say,
I'm sorry, say sorry. But and Dulce and Saul. I mean, and Willie and Claudia
and Mark and Vicky.
Well, and then we came back, and Mark and Vicky had moved here from Puerto Vallarta.
Eunice and Diego.
And it just keeps, and Mike and shit, starts with an E. Edith. No.
Evelyn. Esther. Mike
and Esther. I mean, it just every then Mark Valdez. It just keeps growing, and it's one of those things that has really made a difference, because the one thing that's different that being down here that we didn't have in the States, we went through the isolation and we didn't realize, you know what? We were so damn isolated in the States. And now here we have real friends.
But there's a difference. In the States, that was chosen. Isolation.
I agree.
We could still go to the grocery store and converse with anybody on the street, at a Starbucks, at a restaurant, at a gas station.
No, I agree.
Here, it's not as easy to do that conversing. And because you are learning a new language, and you are learning a new culture and the customs and what is polite and what is not. And that part is what's isolating. But you get used to it, and it just takes time.
Mm-hmm. But the advantage is our friends here are friends.
Yeah.
I mean, they're people. They're not acquaintances. No. We had acquaintances in the U.S.
True. And here
we have friends.
When we run into something that we're not quite ready to handle on our own because of our limited language, we have friends that can help us. Friends who can call DHL and say, why is this being held? Friends who can recommend someone to come out and do work here.
Friends who have gone, hey, we tried this particular doctor. They speak great English, boom, boom, boom. I mean,
lots of references from Esther like that.
That's what I'm saying. So, I mean, it's not the, oh, hey, how are you? I mean, these are people that care.
Yeah.
And you look forward to seeing, instead of the, hey, so we endured the isolation, and that 2.5 years, I think the isolation was about the part that was doing us in. Well, that and the fact that we were just tired. I mean,
we were tired. I look forward to the day when I can go to Petco and actually have small talk. That really hasn't happened yet. Although the last time we were there, I did say, as far as, Maxwell here, I said, él es mi hijo.
Yep.
And the guy laughed. And that was my intention. I wanted to say, he's our son.
Un chiste. A joke.
Yeah. Well, I was being humorous. Yes. Yeah. And he laughed. So that's good. Finally, I was able to say something as simple as that phrase is, He is our son.
And I'm still holding out this, and I'm making this statement. What? No. Eventually, she's going to pass me.
He keeps saying that.
Yeah.
But I think the problem with me not passing him at this point is simply that I am doing other things all day. If I am not working on videos, which I haven't been doing much of lately,
and Max, and
I'm working. So I don't have.
Well, and the other part of that is that right now you rely on me.
I do, but I'm trying not to.
I know that, but when you get stumped, I get this.
Mark,
I get the look, and it's
Mark,
like,
need you.
oh, okay, because I've tried to do this with her to allow her to power through. And, then all of a sudden I get the look, and it's like,
I do what I can.
I know you do.
And one day it will click, but I'm still not dreaming in Spanish yet, which is shocking. But I should be, and I'm not. Why am I not dreaming
the beauty,
in Spanish?
The beauty of it all is that the Mexican people are so forgiving as long as you try.
Hey, I mean, like Angelica comes to clean once a week, and I will tell her, mis plantas necesitan agua.
Yep.
Not that I want her to do it. I was watering them. I was watering them, but I was saying it, and she totally got it. And she's like, "Sí, señora. Sí, señora."
Which that woman will never call us anything other than señor and
señora. She will never call us by our names.
Soy Marco. Sí, señor.
She's great. Love her, though. She's really nice. I get not needing the pressure to upload weekly or whatever. At least make a video saying that you're taking a break or just stopping altogether. Let the viewers know what's going on. I agree. And if it's not a video, maybe a public social media type post.
Or even a post on the website.
Post on YouTube. Exactly. I agree. I think that you should just let people know, because you got all these people who follow you. They're the reason that you have the success that you have. And I feel like you owe it to them to.
It's an obligation.
Yes.
I mean,
it doesn't take long.
And don't take that in the wrong way, because we look forward to every other Wednesday. We really do. I mean, that's
an obligation to let your viewers know what's happening.
Yes, no, I agree.
If you're going to be away, people are vested in you. And some of those people worry about what's going on with you.
Well, especially when we get older, they start wondering bad thoughts, and it's like,
exactly. Oh, field hockey, right? In a kilt. Oh, Tom, in a kilt.
Our boys don't play in no damn kilts. I can tell you that.
Goodness. And Sean is definitely one of a kind, and I miss him. I miss him so much, and I cannot wait for us to visit his neck of the woods, because he and I are going to sit down and enjoy some
beer. Oh,
ain't going to be beer. Just saying. I'll take him some of mine.
No, we ain't traveling with it. That ain't happening.
I take one of our dogs to the vet, and I can't get out of there for less than $300.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. For sure. And grooming for Jake is 500 pesos. And that includes the tip here in Zakia. They do an amazing job. Yes.
Oh, I know. I mean, and I'm pretty sure I know where, because that was where we had to take the two that we inherited.
Yeah.
When we first got down here.
Yeah.
Right there in Zakia.
Yeah, I think their cuts ended up being about the equivalent of $15 each.
Yep.
For the two of them. And as far as getting out of the vet for the $300 bill at the vet, I got to tell you, I joke. At the time COVID was happening, we had Uncle Donald's check, and then we had Uncle Joe's check.
We had two of Uncle Donald's check and one of Uncle Joe's, and Bandit took all of them.
I only remember one Uncle Donald check and one Uncle Joe check. And yes, it all went to bandage, all of it. He had to have a severe dental cleaning and they had anesthesia for that. He had an overnight stay with pancreatitis and IV fluids. All that money went toward our dog.
Hey, we put it back into the community.
I know, but it was expensive, all of that. Gina, that switch will turn on. It might take a little longer. We're all different, but it'll happen.
Yeah, it's
And one day click. I really hope so.
Yeah.
Because that's a little disheartening for me.
the one thing we all want to strive to be is Tommy in our languages. Yeah. I can't wait.
I bet Tommy doesn't speak Klingon.
I can't.
Just
Oh
saying.
shit! Don't challenge him because I'm sure. I don't know. I'm sure all of you guys have, by now have heard the story. The first time we met Tommy was in Progresso. And we met at a restaurant, and we walk in, and oh hey, how hey.
Yeah.
And then the waiter comes over, and Tommy just turns to him and goes. And G and I were sitting here going,
What?
what? And he's like, oh, you didn't know I was fluent? It's like,
No.
And then same day walking down the Malecon,
Right.
the guy comes out to start hawking his wares, and Tommy starts speaking in German, and the guy gets about 5 feet away from us and goes and turns right around. And we're walking, and he goes, I knew he wouldn't speak German. And so we're like,
acquaintance versus friends is one of the major reasons I'm getting out of the US. I just had surgery. People I've known for decades and helped when they had surgery, barely there. Friends are greater than acquaintances.
oh,
I'm going to share something right now. I'm not going to say names, but I thought on the team that I had at work, that I was kind of tight with one of my coworkers. And the two of us, in fact, the last major project I had there, I was the lead and they were the assist. And when it was determined I was going to leave and go into consulting, he took the lead and I became the assist until I was to leave. And I just thought we weren't like best buddies. We weren't friends outside of work, but I thought we were tight enough to stay in touch with each other. When I got my first consulting job at the major U.S. healthcare software company, I happened to get a service request ticket from this former coworker. And I was just tickled that I get to help this person. And I did, and I responded, and I gave them the solution and what to do, and never, ever even got a reply from this person, which was kind of sad because I'm like, well, this guy's really cool. I tried to link up with them on LinkedIn. It didn't happen. Well, I saw yesterday that he had a baby. They had a preemie, but the baby's fine. And it just was like, it kind of made me sad that I didn't stay in touch with this guy, that I just thought we worked really well together. And I thought it would be more than absolute.
it's a two-way street.
Exactly. And if I'm going to be honest, this guy at work never answered emails to anybody. In fact, that was one of the things that he would get kind of chewed out about, was that he never responded to anybody's emails. So it's probably just him. I feel bad about that though. But I was able to say to his wife that, I was congratulating the two of them and welcoming their new baby boy into the world. But some people just don't. And it's that.
Well,
They're not your friend. They're your acquaintance. Even in working situations, they're not your friend.
the biggest thing that I can say to that is that this community, and I'm not talking about the Gringos R Us community. I'm talking about the Mexican community. They're down here. It doesn't matter if you're living in Ajijic, if you're living in Puerto Vallarta, if you're living in San Luis Potosí, if you're living in Veracruz, if you're living in Merida, you know, they care.
Yeah.
You know, and we have noticed the big difference in that if you reach out, they're not leaving you hanging. You know, and that's something that shows
Yep.
a level of care and a level of concern that you didn't get in the US. Okay, whatever. You know,
Yeah.
here you reach out, you're going to get a response. And it's one of the reasons that, you know, I've always made a point since we started the channel. If you leave a comment, you're getting a response.
Yeah.
Whether it's Tommy cracking a joke with us, or it's somebody saying Gringos go home. Guess what? You're getting a response. And some of these people who have been the trolls, who've said this, that, and everything else, based upon the conversations I've been able to generate with them, been able to turn them from being a negative into a positive. Some of them are just trolls. And you know what? Have a good life.
And moving on.
Yep.
Oh, girl, go easy on yourself. If you're working a job using English, it makes it a lot more challenging. It does, because I'm not immersing myself all day. Over half of my day is in English. And then I come down and I do my little apps, and I tried that Pratica thing and I gave up on it. I have been wanting to get into my gritty Spanish because I think I'm far enough that I understand what I read, that maybe the gritty will get me more into that day-to-day casual and small talk type conversation. I'm just kind of shocked. I just remember in high school that I could dream in French.
You were younger then.
I know I was younger then.
And your brain was a sponge, and now
I understand that too. But I've even tried to do audio Spanish on audibles.
Yeah, and I
So it
remember
would just like seep into my head at night. I don't dream in Spanish.
and
Why?
I remember, you know, there was a point about 20 years ago that you were driving to work and you'd pop in the Italian.
Pimsleur's Italian.
Yeah, and
Yep.
and you were picking it up. And so
Yep.
and you know, the difference in 20 years.
Capisco un po' italiano, vedi? Io parlo un po'.
See, you know,
Yeah.
and the difference is that 20 years is,
I know.
you know, it's
But
not easy. And
when you are immersed in it,
I know.
it should come a little easier.
And see, and another difference is, you know, I get to talk to Francisco.
And I'm working
2 or 3 times a week.
So
I talk to Angelica. And one of the things where I've learned a lot is their interactions with Max.
oh yeah. Then
You know, because
Max.
you know, Francisco, Max, then Max. And so it's, you know, and Angelica, oh, ¿qué pasó, Max? ¿Qué pasó? You know, and so, you know, I get to spend more time, and I actually find myself talking to Max probably about 30% of the time in Spanish.
I do that when we walk.
You know,
I'm always saying, está bien.
you know, so it's.
I know. You know what, Cindy, you are correct. Those dogs belonged to Landy. They were Landy's dogs. So it would not surprise me that she probably has them.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. I'm not fond of either one of them for leaving the damn dog sitting there waiting
We're
for
not
us.
talking about that. Okay. That is not a conversation for our live. I know you know French, but if you can let it go completely, and yes, it is a Romance language, but forget French and concentrate completely in Spanish. Don't translate. Body French, but I don't do anything with French right now.
You were when you first got down here. There were words that she would say.
I
Based
would
on the-
mix them up in my head.
Right. And she's
And-
gotten better about doing
Yeah.
that. And that was a big impediment at the beginning.
At the beginning.
Because
know,
yes,
instead
you
of-
are 100% correct. She
Instead
had
of saying es verdad, in my head, c'est vraiment. That's what would come to my head. C'est vraiment, which means the same thing. And it took a while for es verdad to
override
to replace
and
it.
become
Yeah,
the predominant
right.
choice. And so I wasn't helping her at night because that was the point I was reading all the Hercule Poirot, and
He
I'm,
was putting his
what the hell does this say? So,
voici.
but just on an off thing real quick, just got done reading a book by Brad Taylor called The Polaris Protocol, and a scene in the book actually took place in the Anthropological Museum that we were just at in June.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm reading the book and I'm going, oh my God. And this is the museum that we went with Mark and Vicky. And so the other Mark and I were accused of blowing through the museum because we were looking for a place to get a beer, which we did find a place to get a beer.
Es verdad.
Es verdad. Yes. and so, we found it. And one of the scenes takes place out on the picnic tables out where we were having a beer. So
we were like, ¿Dónde son nuestros esposos? Nos esposos? Nuestros esposos?
¿Dónde están?
¿Dónde están?
Son is permanent.
That's right.
We were temporary.
That I get those two.
And so, and then it sort of had some literary license and went over to the Mayan Museum, which was right around the corner, which it's not right around the corner. But, so
yeah,
it was really interesting to read a book that took place in some place that we had just recently been.
Always fun.
Yes.
Good times. I think that is the key. You need to establish a community. I'm worried about my friend who has been in Mazatlan for 3+ years and still has a very small community.
Well, the question becomes,
and a community of mixed people, so that you are hearing native speakers as well.
Well, I think they're talking about the friendship part.
All the friendships.
The key there is all of us have different needs. Some of us only need 2-3 friends, and we're good to go. There are others of us that like to have, the more the merrier, bring them all together. Let's have a good time, and so if it's an introvert, they may totally go, give me 3 good friends and I'm set.
Some of us just want some downtime.
No, I get that, but some of them don't need the whole, give me as many ripples on this as we can get.
Yeah.
And there's others that are like, bring them all on, because the more we have, the better. And so it's, and it's an interesting dichotomy between Gina and I, because she tends to be more of an introvert and I am the total opposite of that, because, being in sales, it's one of those where, give me a room of people and I'm in heaven. So, I feed off the energy of a group of people. A group of people drains her energy. So, it really depends. As long as they're happy, that's all really that matters. The increased number gives you an increased reach for answers, and so for that, you have to sort of sit there and go, okay, if I'm going to purposely limit myself, then my resources are purposely now limited because I've only got X number of people that I can reach out to go, what's your experience? So, but it what happens inside and how that makes and fulfills you, that's the part that matters.
In the States, we made friends because we lived near each other or worked together. In Mexico, we make friends because we have something in common. We all had the cojones to make this happen. Yeah. And I would say that what we thought were our friends were either neighbors or coworkers. But as it really turns out, they really weren't friends. They were just friendly acquaintances that didn't know a whole lot about our lives beyond what was either happening right there at work or whatnot. They weren't people that, and we didn't have parties. And we didn't go to people's parties. Occasionally, we would go out with some of the people I worked with after work, maybe.
Or we had the occasional block party.
But
again, that was
these are friendly acquaintances. They were
the only time
friends.
we saw them was
when we
had the block party.
That was it.
I mean,
we haven't had friends like we have here. I don't think ever. I think the last time I had friends like we have here, I was probably in high school and college, and that was it.
Well, I think the biggest and easiest way of telling the difference between an acquaintance and a friend is by the questions they have the cojones to ask. Because
some friends are too nice to ask the hard questions.
Yeah, but a real friend wants to know, hey, how are you? Not just how are you doing, and then whatever you say goes, but we'll ask the probing question. We can't get away with, saying that to Annie and Arlene because Annie and Arlene are going to sit there and go, bullshit.
Well, yeah.
I mean, and they'll tell you conversely, wait, hold on, nah, and so the people that care, because Annie's told him, if you don't go to the doctor, I'm going to ask this question every time until you get something done.
Go. Exactly.
Okay.
Because they're invested in what happens to you. That's the difference. They're vested. I think you need enough friends to provide all the resources you need. Yeah.
And if it's two, you're good with two.
I mean, not everybody in the world has to be your best friend, but and is any gringo in Mexico not called Mark? It's a conspiracy. It is a conspiracy. God, how many do we know now?
Oh my God.
A lot.
I mean,
you guys were all there at the same time. They were handing out names.
It's like, fortunately we have Scott there in Chapala.
He's breaking it up.
He's breaking the Mark block up.
He broke the mold.
So
funny. They seem happy, but not particularly engaged within the community. Maybe it is because much of Mazatlan is a tourist town. It could be.
I think the hardest part with that, we spent time in tourist destinations, a la Riviera Maya, and to a certain extent, Huatulco is starting to become that. But we came away with friends out of both locations. But I think the transient nature comes along with the people that are temporarily there.
Oh, you just made me think of something. Spring.
I
haven't heard from them in a while. I have to send them a message.
But I mean, but that transitory nature, they're in, they're out. Well, guess what? They're in your life, they're out of your life. And the people who are down here to stay, Don and Lisa in Watuco, perfect example.
Yep.
That was we had one hell of a night.
Well, we had a great time with them.
For
sure.
And they're friends of
And they're
ours.
friends.
Yeah.
And we're looking forward to going back and seeing them again.
Oh God, yeah.
This is such a true statement. This really is. Good friends can be better than family. And in my situation, my friends were my family most of the time because I really didn't have very strong familial ties. No, not really. So my friends were my family. They became my family.
Don't look at me.
No, but they became my family.
I know. No,
So-
I get that because my
So there you go.
my family is Gina and her family goes. Y'all different. I mean,
I said, I think your family's weird. That's what I
but
said.
we're weird in a way that everybody would love to be weird. I mean, it's we don't have. There's no drama when the family gets together. I mean, it's guys telling guys, "Hey, love you, brother." And that's just it's the way we were all raised, and so if you got a problem, talk it out, hug it out, and when you're done, you know what? We're all family. So
I don't know. I don't know about that, Tom. Is that the right way to say that? Go ahead, los cojones para flotación.
like I'm going to challenge Tom on how to speak a language. Yeah, right.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Off topic, I was reading articles, comments, and one of the contributors replied, "Damn Skippy," and instantly I thought of Mark. I've never known anybody to say that except Mark. That's funny.
Where did I hear that? That was a saying in the 60s. And no, I didn't originate it.
No, I figured that.
Yeah, somebody was fond of saying that in the 60s, damn Skippy. And I can't remember
It's
who
like
it
my
was.
third grade teacher used to call everybody in class kiddos. I never heard anybody say kiddos. And then one day, maybe 20 years ago, somebody said kiddos. And I went, "Are you kidding me right now?" My third grade teacher used to say that. Kiddos. Well, guys, that I don't speak to a lot of my family members. You guys are more my family than most of my blood family.
Well,
I feel the same way, Arlene.
absolutely.
That's right.
Because you know what? The important aspect of it, you don't get to choose your family, but you do get to choose your friends.
Yeah.
And that statement down here is evident of the fact that, number one, the people that seem to become, sorry guys, if I keep rubbing my ears because it's the liquid just drives me nuts. The fact that when we come, no, it's not that point. When we come down here, all of us have made a commitment to try and make a life on this side of the border that we didn't have on the other side of the border.
Yep.
And so we come down here. How do I say this politely? The majority of us come down here with the mindset of going, I want a better life. And so we reach out and find people who want the same thing.
Yeah.
And we all may have differences because you know what? That's what makes us all unique. And those differences should be embraced by all of us because you know what? We're all bringing a little something different to the pot.
Yeah.
And we put it all together and we make a damn good stew. And so,
We can get all funky up in here.
you know, and it's one of those where, you know, you sit there and go, hey, the commonality between all of us is we didn't like the shit that was going on up there, regardless of why. We're down here to live a better life. And we all need to take the cue from the Mexican people who celebrate each and every day as a better way of life. And if we embrace that and go from that, we're all going to sit there and go, I'm living the better life.
We all got our tribe. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. Yeah,
Yeah. Well,
that's it.
and the best part is hopefully we all find the good tribe, you know, because, you know, we all could have a bad tribe. I just soon change the tribe.
And with that tribe, it's been 4 hours and it's time for us to wrap this up because, you know, little Maxwell over here, it's time for his nighttime spa treatment. Every night he gets his teeth cleaned, he gets his ears cleaned, he gets his paw pads cleaned, and then he gets a nice little soothing balm on his pads, on his nose, and then we put on some jammies and we go to bed.
Oh, good. You didn't mention the other part where you put the.
I could give him balmy balls too if I wanted to. They're just getting so big. I'm sorry. He needs to be snipped. It's time.
You think?
Yeah, it's time. But anyway, it's been 4 hours. We are going to wrap it up and get him ready for bed too. And you got early work in the morning. I got to be up at 5:30. So for sure, we want to thank you for being here tonight.
Yes.
I cannot understand how you can hang around for 4 hours with us, but we love you and we appreciate you.
Because it's
being
like
here.
sitting around the table with friends.
I know, with friends, exactly. So
Papa Top.
we love you guys, and we will see you again in 2 weeks. Australian penal colony. Oh Lord. Have a great week as well. You as well. All of you, please have a great week. Yes, I am still trying to put a video out. I don't know if it's going to get out or not. But if I do, it's going to be about our concerts in Mexico City. We all wanted a better life, 100%.
And you know what, Mark? We're all living it.
Yes, we are.
That's the part that matters.
And we're lucky to have found you.
Yep.
So thanks for being here with us tonight. Thanks for coming online. Good night. And we will see you again, Stephanie and
Endos.
us in 2 weeks. 2 weeks, guys. 2 weeks. We love y'all.